Care, Domestic Violence Intervention Center, East Idaho Public Health.
About us.
Ceremonial.
Man.
Top of your game. Pregame Healthcare, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine.
Buenos días, muchachas y muchachas. Los Madres de Idaho Falls taking on the Rocky Mountain Vibes. It's John and Tyler, the Toyota pregame show, and we're going to take a look at what's to come for the Chukars after this big 6-game homestand with the Rocky Mountain Vibes. Tyler Peterson will have all the information for you in 2 minutes here on The Zone. Good afternoon, a Sunday at the ballpark. John and Tyler, nice to have you along. Game number 5 of this 6-game set with the Rocky Mountain Vibes. Chukars have won the first 4. They'll close out the homestand tomorrow against the Vibes, and then it's off to the road and a stretch of a lot of Boise Hawks. But here's Tyler to tell us what's coming up in the first couple of weeks of August.
So August is going to be certainly an interesting time for these Chukars. Of course, you just mentioned the 6-game series that will start on Wednesday in Boise. That'll be the first time that we go to Boise in the regular season. We had that 1 game in the preseason we played there. We'll play 6 with the Hawks. Then we'll come home, and that'll be sort of the last real test this year as far as winning teams go. We'll have 6 with the Ogden Raptors. It's a squad the Chukars have taken a 5-4 series record over. And you look at the rest of the season, 6 more in Boise. This is a team, John, with a 23-32 record. They're about middle of the pack with the rest of the league. They're playing the Mustangs today. They're losing right now to Billings. Billings is showing me something right now. I wonder how long they'll be able to keep that up. We'll go 3 to Great Falls, and then that long 9-game homestand with the Boise Hawks at the end of August. So we're going to see a lot of Boise. We're going to get to know them pretty well. Hopefully as few Matt Dallas starts as we can, if we can. But really that 6-game series with Ogden, that'll be the last true, let's call it a playoff preview, if you will. Obviously we won't see Ogden unless we can get to the championship. But that's the last winning team the Chukars will see for the rest of the season if you go by overall record. Billings Mustangs currently are 9 under. Great Falls are currently 13 under, and then the Hawks 9 under as well. And we finish up the series with Rocky Mountain tomorrow, and I was talking to a few guys yesterday, and obviously the competitive I don't know how to put it, but I'll put it nicely this way. We've won 21 of 22. They have not won a whole lot against us. So we'll be thankful for these games later because of the record we've gotten against them. But really, you need to play teams like Ogden to really get a feel for how good you are. Unfortunately, this Rocky Mountain team this year, not very good, but we'll be excited to take on the Boise Hawks for 21 more games till the rest of the end of the season.
When we come back, starting lineups and the singing of our national anthem. It's a Sunday afternoon at the ballpark on 980 The Sports Zone, KSBZ. Idaho Falls, Rocky Mountain. Here's Tyler with the starting lineup for your Vibes. Then we'll have our national anthem.
For the Vibes, it's Aldo Nunez at second, leading things off, followed by Brandon Perez at shortstop, batting second. Jacob Barfield back in the lineup after serving a 4-game suspension. He'll play first and bat third. Manny Ayoke in center, cleaning up, with Joshua Esparza in left, batting fifth. Mike Anone at third, batting sixth. Luis Matos in right, batting seventh. Carlos Gallardo, the catcher, batting eighth. And Carlos Tirado, the DH, he will bat ninth, with Heriberto Sanchez on the mound to face off against the Chukars.
The Madres today, if you will, pinstriped pants and those good-looking blue jerseys with the white numerals. As we are ready for the singing of our national anthem on this Sunday, 25th of July. Well, where has the summer gone? And doing the honors today for the Chukars, singing our national anthem, it'll be Noelle Manellis. Noelle Manellis with the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, Manellis wearing a number 20 jersey. I think she might have a little connection to the guy that wears number 20 for the Chukars.
And I believe Noelle is a singer. I believe that's her day job.
Well, hey, don't change it because she can sing. Here's Tyler with the Chukars lineup.
Here's how it looks for Billy Gardner Jr. today. It's exactly the same as yesterday. Steve Barmakian at third, leading off with Webb Little at first, batting second. Matt Feinstein in left, batting third. Andrew Dawn, number 20. The DH, he's cleaning up. Thomas DeBonville in center, batting fifth. Kona Quiggle in right, batting sixth. Tyler Kelly at second, batting seventh. Hunter Hiskey behind the plate, catching, batting eighth. Tyler Van Martyr at short. He'll bat ninth. For Daniel Silva, and right now Daniel's just happy to see any other team besides the Ogden Raptors. He pitches today against the Vibes.
Daniel with a 4-2 record, 45 innings worked, 62 hits. He struck out 43, walked 11. 4-2 with an ERA of 6.15, making his third start against the Vibes. He's 2-0 against Rocky Mountain with a 2.13 earned run average. So he's had success, as has most of the Chukars, against this Vibes team. Your weather for today's matinee, 90 degrees, blue skies with a little smoke mixed in. No wind to speak of, and your umpires for today's matinee, Scott Esterholt calling the balls and strikes today, Trevor Walker at first base, and Brent Martin at third base. Game number 56 out of 96.
Hard to believe.
Really is. Chukars won their 40th game last night against only 15 losses, the best record in the Pioneer League. And of course, Rocky Mountain with the worst record in the league at 10 wins and 44 losses. Game number 23 between these two teams. Chukars 21 wins, 1 loss. And we'll get this ball game underway. I didn't hear anybody say play ball, but let's play ball. We got it. Aldo Nunez will lead things off for the Vibes. He's the switch-hitting second baseman, hitting .289 on the season, as Daniel Silva, the big right-hander, 6'3", 225, 23-year-old righty from Granada Hills, California. Into the windup. First pitch is outside, ball one, 4:04 game time. Mountain Savings Time on this Sunday. Here's the pitch to Nunez, swings and fouls it back. It's 1-1. Steve Barmakian at third. It's Tyler Van Marter, the shortstop, Tyler Kelly, the second baseman, and Webb Little at first. Matt Feinstein, Thomas DeBonville, and Kona Quiggle in the outfield from left to right, and Hunter Hiskey behind the plate. 1-1 pitch, chopped back, fouled, 1-2. Nunez does not have a home run this year. In the previous 4 games, he has 5 hits and 17 at-bats. Silva into the windup. That one goes off the mask of the umpire, Scott Esterholt, and the count remains 1-2. Nunez, 20 years old, out of the Yucatan in Mexico. And a swing and a miss, tried to check it. It was high, but he swung and missed, and that is the first out. A strikeout for Daniel Silva. And it brings up Brandon Perez, the shortstop.
Daniel Silva, a 4-pitch pitcher, 4-seam, 2-seam changeup, and curveball. That curveball is a real big, slow, breaking one.
Here's Perez. He batted leadoff the first 4 games. Just 2 for 17 in the series against the Chucks. And he swings and misses at the first Silva offering at 88 on the radar gun. Perez, another youngster, 20 years old, out of Chihuahua, Mexico. This pitch fouled back. It's coming our way.
What's up, Javi?
And it lands right in front of the booth next to us. And it's quickly 0-2 on Brandon Perez.
Cody had a shot at it. He came up with the ball, but I don't think he made the catch. No, he didn't catch it.
Here's a pitch high and tight. Perez has to bend out of the way. It looks like he was doing the limbo. And it's 1-2. Don't know if folks know what the limbo is.
Should have had the limbo going on beach party night.
There you go. 1-2 pitch. Another foul back to the screen. As Perez battles Silva here in the top half of the first. First 3 games were close in this series. 8-4, 9-4, 8-6. But last night, not so close. 19-1. Chukars roughed up the vibes. Here's the 1-2. That's outside, breaking pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Folks sporting those good-looking Madres baseball caps given away tonight, courtesy of Teton Toyota, Telemundo, and our sister station, La Super Caliente. Pitch outside, count full, 3-2.
Today is just sort of mediano caliente right now.
Domingo Munoz, the jefe at La Super Caliente, expected to be here today. 3-2 pitch, line drive, center field. That's going to drop for a base hit. So Perez has a 1-out single. And it'll bring up Jacob Barfield. The best hitter on this team, Barfield batting .337 with 11 home runs, 34 RBI. He sat out the last 4 games after doing a no-no. I believe he pushed an umpire. Barfield out of Houston, Texas. 6'1", 200 pounds, 25 years old.
A little context for that. There was a bench clearing incident against the Grand Junction Rockies, and in the scuffle, Barfield being held back, sort of pushed away at an umpire who was trying to separate.
First pitch from Silva down low. Yeah, he didn't just go up and shove him for no reason.
I was going to say, strike 3 called. What did you say?
Nope, not the case. He has the best numbers on this team, does Jacob Barfield. Perez at first base, that ball hits him. Luckily for Barfield, it was a breaking ball. Didn't hurt much. And there's 2 on, 1 out for the former Chucker, Manny Ayoke. Manny hitting .315 on the year, has 10 doubles, 5 home runs. He's knocked in 19. He missed about 2 or 3 weeks of the season, just came back in this road trip to Idaho Falls. If you're driving around town, stop by. I'm sure they have some caps left over. Silva from the stretch checks the runner Perez. Pitch to Ayoke. Call strike one right down the middle. Love Scott Esterholt's strike call. Does the Usain Bolt move? Silva comes set, belt high. Now he moves up to the shoulders. Here comes the 0-1. That nearly hit Ayoke, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Silva, the last time he faced these vibes, it was a 7-inning game and a doubleheader. He went 6 2/3 scoreless, and then a RBI double from someone who's not on this team anymore. I'll think of his name. Atwell, Sergio Atwell, 2-run double from Atwell, chased Silva out of that game.
Now Ayoke steps out of the batter's box. Righty-righty matchup, 2 on, 1 out, just underway on your Sunday afternoon. 1-1 pitch, breaking ball in the dirt, 2-1 the count.
He still picked up that win in the game, but he was very mad at himself that he couldn't finish that game.
I think there have been only 2 complete games in the entire Pioneer League this year, and Austin Dubsky, one of them, he had a 9-inning shutout win over Ogden of all teams. Silva down in the count, 2-1. And now Tyler Kelly, the second baseman, playing a few mind games with a runner at second. That's Brandon Perez. Like Tyler Kelly and Tyler Van Marter's pink wristbands, they stand out. Has to be the best middle infielders in the league, the 2 Tylers. 2-1 pitch, that's going to be, Kelly gets it, goes to the bag himself, makes the throw in time. Out at second, out at first, and the Chukars are out of the inning. Great play by Tyler Kelly. No runs on a hit, no errors, 1 man left on base after 1/2. Vibes nothing, Chukars coming to bat. It's the bottom of the first. Barmakian, Webb Little, Matt Feinstein facing 18-year-old left-hander Edilberto Sanchez, 5'9", 180, making his 6th start of the year. He has a record of 0-3 with an 11.42 earned run average. His 3rd start against the Chukars, he's 0-1, but a fine 5-run earned run average for this lefty. Sanchez has worked 17 innings this year, has given up 32 base hits in those 17 frames. He's walked 11 and struck out 11. Every Chukar in the lineup last night had a base hit. Same 9 guys in the lineup tonight or this afternoon for the Madres. Steve, 336 hitter, still looking for his first home run, 13 doubles, 4 triples on the year. to face Edilberto Sanchez, a left-hander. Steve with a current 5-game hit streak. Sanchez, the lefty, into the windup. And his first pitch to Barmakian is a high fastball. The 1-0 pitch, that's lined into center field. Ayoke makes the catch on the run for out number 1. Defensively for the Vibes today, it's Mike Anone at third, Brandon Perez the shortstop, Aldo Nunez at second, and Jacob Barfield the first baseman. In the outfield, Joshua Esparza in left, former Chucker Manny Ayoke in center, Luis Matos in right, and Carlos Gallardo behind the plate.
Some interesting news, John, from the tryout in Ogden that involves the Vibes. They had the number 1 pick. They've traded out of the number 1 pick. Great Falls now has the number 1 pick in that draft.
That 2-day tryout camp wraps up today. Pitch to Webb Little down low. Webb's batting average after a 4-for-5 night last night, .397, 12 home runs, 78 RBI, and 22 doubles. That pitch called strike at the knees, and it's 1-1, and Webb does a double take. Webb has a 7-game hit streak coming into today's game. A swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
I think the question on everyone's mind is, can he hit a home run for the 4th game in a row?
He's hit 4 in his last 10 games, 3 in the last 3 nights. He takes a home run hack, comes up empty, and Sanchez makes quick work of Webb for out number 2. That'll bring up Matt Feinstein, Chucker left fielder, hitting .395. He has 12 long balls, 75 RBI on the year. Sanchez into the windup. Pitch to Feinstein. Strike at the knees, called strike 1. That pitch low. 1 ball, 1 strike to Matt. Matt in the previous 4 nights, 7 hits and 16 at-bats. Back into the batter's box wearing those pink wristbands. The 1-1 from Sanchez. That ball's low, 2-1. Two one, 2 out, nobody on base. Called strike 2 on the outside corner. So the count is 2-2. Sanchez, 2-2 pitch. Low, ball 3, count full. Three-two pitch on the way. And the ball's hit foul past the skipper, Billy Gardner Jr., down the third baseline. Count remains 3-2. Matt leads the league in walks. Great eye at the plate. Second in the league in RBI, behind the guy who just struck out, Webb Little. Sanchez, 3-2 for the second time to Feinstein, and Matt hits a ground ball. Perez backhands in the hole. Here's the throw. It's going to be not in time. Infield single for Matt Feinstein. First hit of the ball game for the Chuckers. Matt now with a 7-game hit streak, and it brings up Andrew Don, the designated hitter.
Within this zone team, there's a bit of a competition going on between Webb, Debo, and Finey for whoever has the most home runs. Between Webb and Matt, it's RBI and it's also average. They're all right there with each other.
Nearly identical stats for Webb Little and Matt Feinstein. Here's Andrew Don batting .357, batting .500 in this series. And the pitch is low and away, ball one. Andrew, .357 hitter, 6 home runs, 56 runs batted in.
We don't get it a lot, but I love baseball in the daytime here in Idaho Falls.
1-0 pitch, that's hit foul off the roof of the Chukars clubhouse, situated down the right field line. Count is 1 ball, 1 strike. Adrian Luevano here for Channel 8, 3, 5, and number 1 on your hit chart. 1-1 pitch, base hit between first and second. And back-to-back singles for the Chukars after 2 were out. And it brings up Thomas de Bonville. He's the center fielder. .350 on the year, 11 home runs, 65 RBI. He has 19 doubles, 6 triples. And he's second in the Pioneer League in stolen bases with 22.
By design or not, Don has been taking a lot of these balls toward right field, and that will definitely help him climb out of the slump he had been in. We saw him get out of that in Ogden a little bit, and now he's continuing to hit the ball the other way here.
That's 3 straight games he's hit singles to right field. Here's de Bonville. Debo last night 2 for 5 with a couple of RBI and takes the pitch outside, ball 1. Thomas currently on an 7-game hit streak. That's his season high. Right-handed hitter. Now timeout called to the plate by the catcher, Gallardo. Feinstein at second, Andrew Don at first. 2 outs. The pitch to Debo. High, ball 2, 2-0. Well, last night the Chukars put 6 on the board in the first inning. The night before 3. 3 nights before they had a 6-run first as well. They've been getting a lot of clutch hits, 2-out RBIs for this team. 2-0 on the way, and Thomas takes it high, ball 3. By the way, the big water slide is available for the youngsters down the left field line. See a lot of folks with working those fans that were given out. 90 degrees at game time. And no breeze whatsoever. 3-0 pitch. Called strike, 3-1. So the USA men's basketball team lost today to France.
What's going on there?
Yeah, really. Well, when you have JaVale McGee making the Olympic team, something's wrong. Guy can't even start in the NBA. But whatever. It's still just the opening round. 3-1 pitch, chopped foul, and it's 3-2. So the full count on Thomas de Bonville. On deck is the big wave, Kona Quiggle.
Well, they were making news. They lost, I believe, was it Argentina in the preseason? Just
They lost to Nigeria.
Nigeria.
And then they lost to Australia the next
Australia.
night.
They beat Argentina, and now they lose again to
France.
You got KD, you got Damian Lillard, you got Drew Holiday, you know.
Full count. Runners off with a pitch. Well, no pitch as Sanchez steps off and looks Feinstein back to second. Sanchez gets a sign from Gallardo, set at the belt. 3-2. High, ball 4. Bases loaded for Kona Quiggle. Barmakian lined out to center. Webb Little struck out, then single walk. And it brings up the right fielder, Kona Quiggle. Quiggle has 3 home runs in those last 10 games, including 2 in this series, batting .358. And he's facing a lefty, and he's had a tough season against left-handers.
Only batting .222.
Sanchez with the bases loaded, still working from the stretch. Pitch comes inside to Kona. It's 1-0.
That's 6 hits in 27 at-bats.
Kona hitless a couple of nights ago, struck out 3 times. Last night hit a home run, a solo shot. The 1-0 pitch, fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nice to have you along on this Sunday afternoon. It's Madres Day here at the ballpark. 1 ball, 1 strike, bases loaded, 2 outs. Sanchez facing Quiggle. Takes a big deep breath. Pitch comes to the plate. It's low, 2-1. I like these Madres uniforms. I think they're sweet looking. Of course, they wore them 6 straight games in Colorado Springs.
They were 9-1 in the Blues, John.
Well, let's make it 10-1. 2-1 the count. Pitch, Quiggle hits one right to the on-deck batter, Tyler Kelly, and it's 2-2.
Well, they're doing 2 things with Kona, with lefties. They're either throwing soft and away, sort of in the dirt, getting him to lunge at it, or they're keeping it close and tight to him. They're not giving him anything up. They're not giving him anything out over the plate, so patience will be key for Kona.
Not allowing him to extend those long arms. The 2-2. That's chopped foul. Caden White with the clean catch, throws it into the stands. By the way, the Idaho Falls Bandits in action again later on today in the AA State Legion tournament. They're the only undefeated team. Not sure what time they are expected to play, or maybe they played already. Of course, we followed the Bandits last year, Tyler and myself, for 40 games here at Melaleuca. 2-2 pitch, chases one in the dirt, and that's going to be strike 3. Chukars leave the bases loaded, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. After 1, no score. The Vibes and the Madres on KSPZ, the Sports Zone. Top of 2, no score. Esparza, Anone, and Matos for the Vibes facing Daniel Silva. There's the throw down to second. We're ready for the top of the second.
Got one more game on our homestand, John. That's tomorrow night at 7:15, and it's a popular night every year. It's our Rexburg night and our no alcohol night, presented by Deseret Book.
No tapping of the kegs tomorrow here at Melaleuca. Here's Esparza. He's had a great series, 8 for 16 for Joshua Esparza. And the pitch from Silva is a called strike one on a fastball. Esparza, 19 years old, out of Monclova. That's the home city of this team that they sent to Colorado Springs. Fastball 1-1.
Hometown kid, that's pretty cool.
Yep. You don't see that happen too often. I know Billings has a player that played at Billings and from Billings. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
Believe
I think
that's
a couple of Boise Hawks are from Boise.
Jalen Garcia on the Billings Mustangs.
We're going to see the Boise Hawks a lot in the month of August, and I do mean a lot. 1-2. Pop up. Shallow right field. Kona Quiggle looks up in the sun, makes the squeeze, and there's out number one here in inning number 2. That'll bring up Mike Anone, the third baseman. Anone hitting .383, but just 2 for 16 over the last 4 nights. As a team, Rocky Mountain batting .268 as a team. Chukars team batting average .351. The Vibes have 222 RBI on the year. The Chukars, 566. First pitch swinging, a high pop-up. Webb Little says, "I've got it." Makes the catch in fair territory, and that's out number 2.
You have to supply your own power against Silva. He's not going to hit any higher than about 90 if he hits that. His last start in Ogden, I didn't see him on the TrackMan go past 89. So if you're going to hit him, you got to supply your own power because he's going to come at you with a lot of breaking balls.
And this team, not a lot of power, only 34 home runs on the year. Here's Luis Matos, .225 hitter. He's playing right field today. Matos out of Venezuela. Takes the pitch inside from Daniel Silva. Two out, nobody on base. We're in the top of the second, no score. That pitch is low, it's 2-0. Daniel Gabriel Silva likes to be called Dan or Danny Boy. 2-0 pitch. Check swing, it's 3-0 on Matos with Gallardo on deck. Favorite team growing up was the Dodgers, and his favorite player, Roberto Clemente.
Wow.
There's a strike on the 3-0, it's 3-1. When Daniel's not playing baseball, he likes to go to the gym, fish, hike, and draw. Must be an artist. Ground ball, right side, that's Tyler Kelly all the way. He'll make the throw, and it's a 3-up, 3-down frame for Daniel Silva. We go to the bottom of the second, no score on your Sunday between Idaho Falls and Rocky Mountain. bottom of the second, bottom of the order for the Chucks, Tyler Kelly, Hunter Hiskey, and Tyler Van Marder to face the lefty, Edilberto Sanchez. Chukars had the bases loaded with 2 outs in the first, but Sanchez struck out Quiggle. Billings leads Boise 11-5. That game in the bottom of the 8th in Billings.
Whatever the Billings Mustangs have done so far in the second half, it's worked pretty well. Just one loss in regulation. They lost in the knockout round 1-0 last night in the second round.
Tyler Kelly hitting .414. That's the best on the team. Well, the check of the Northern Division standings. Chukars 6-1. The Mustangs are 5-2. Missoula 4-3, and Great Falls 2-5. In the South, Grand Junction with the best record at 5-2, and Tyler swings and misses at the first pitch from Sanchez. This is game number 27 for TK. He's hit in 26 of those 27, or 25 of those 26. He fouls one back. It's 0-2. Currently, he has the longest hit streak of any Chucker, 16 games in a row, and it's a current hit streak as well.
Got some news, John, out of that PBL tryout camp. It's over, and 16 players have been drafted.
Here's a ball hit to the first baseman. Gallardo bobbles it. Here's the toss to the pitcher covering, and they got Kelly by half step. So Kelly's retired 3-1. And no word on what the Chukars did at that?
No word yet, but it sounds like 2 players have been drafted. Whether a contract will be extended to them this year or an invite to spring training next year, it's unknown at this time, but we have to do either one of those 2 things.
Correct. Here's Hunter Hiskey, catcher hitting .372. Well, the Chukars don't need bats, that's for darn sure. Maybe a left-handed flamethrower, we could handle that. Only one lefty on the Chukars pitching staff. Speaking of lefties, Sanchez works to the lefty Hunter Hiskey, and the pitch is low ball 1.
And Victor can't go every night, even though it seems like he's pitched 40 of the 54 games we've played.
That pitch, ooh, nearly got the strike call, but it was held up, and it's 2-0. Sanchez working quickly. We like that. Ground ball, second base, Nunez. The vacuum cleaner over there scoops it up. He's made only 5 errors all season long. He throws out Hiskey. And there's 2 away here in the bottom of the second. And the Chukars' best fielder, Tyler Van Marder, comes to the plate. Tyler hitting .393. Pitch high from Edilberto Sanchez, 18 years old. .1-0 pitch, chopped foul, 1-1. And here's a base hit up the middle, a 2-out base knock for Van Marder. Third hit for the Chukars off Sanchez. As we go to the top of the order for Steve Barmakian.
Last night, Van Marder's 2 hits were both basically the exact same spot as well. He does a really good job of hitting toward center field, left center field, right center field.
He's 7 for 16 and now in the series against the Rocky Mountain Vibes. Barmakian hit the ball hard, but it was a line drive that Manny Ayoke made the catch. Pitch to Steve, strike 1 called. Van Marder's not attempted a stolen base this year. Chukars with 51 steals and 60 attempts, 85% success rate. There goes Van Marder, and Barmakian swings and fouls it off. 0-2 now. No need to run when you got bats like the Chukars have. It's not like they're a slow team, but Why take a chance when guys can rake with the best of them? And when you rake, that's good in baseball. I think Tyler said yesterday, in the yard, that's not good. Pitch low, 1-2.
Now, rakes in the yard, you know, the tines break off. They never really catch everything you need to rake up. You're there all day.
And it's no fun. 1-2. Van Marter being held on by Barfield. And the pitch to Barmakian, check the swing. Here's the appeal. No, says the third base umpire, Brett Martin, who's behind the pitcher's mound. Probably with the worst position to call that of anybody in the ballpark. We used to have just 2 umpires in the Pioneer League. Now it's 3. And the 2-2 pitch, nope, over to first. Van Marter started to make his way to second, perhaps. Sanchez chases him back. John and Tyler, nice to have you along on a Sunday afternoon, a warm one here in Idaho Falls. Tomorrow's daytime high should be 98, as in 98 a.m., the Sports Zone. There's called strike 3. It's the third strikeout by Edilberto Sanchez. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We played 2. A scoreless game on your Sunday afternoon. This is Carlos Gallardo, the catcher. Carlos out of Venezuela, 24-year-old catcher. He was 0 for 14 coming in. He's 2 for 8 in the series, so batting .091 is Senor Gallardo. Facing Daniel Silva. First pitch from Silva, called strike, fastball on the outside corner. Las Madres against the Vibes today. 0-1 pitch, breaking ball, that's low, 1-1. Not a big crowd, but folks are having fun. There's a called strike, and it's 1-2 on Carlos Gallardo. Pitch from Silva to Gallardo, breaking ball, low, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sunday's Madres Day at the ballpark, sponsored by La Super Caliente, and we have El Jefe in the booth with us right now, Domingo Munoz.
How are you, John?
Good, Domingo. How you doing?
Doing very well.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me here.
Oh, thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
Where's your Madres baseball hat?
I don't have one.
Oh, yeah, you don't have one. Listen to you.
It's right there next to you.
Okay. By the way, Domingo Munoz, morning man on La Super Caliente, and he does everything at the radio station, swing and a miss.
What a nice day to watch the game.
Yep, a little warm,
Yeah,
but still a nice day. And
it is.
how about everybody wearing those good-looking Madres hats?
Yeah, I was talking about to my wife about it. They say, hey, quite a few people they have hats today, which is good.
Yep.
And thank you much to the
Titan Toyota.
Toyota, who
And-
sponsor.
yep, and Telemundo.
La Super Caliente.
That's right. Here's Carlos Tirado, 16-year-old DH today, swings and fouls it back. You know, this Rocky Mountain team, a lot of the youngsters, I think they have 9 teenagers from Mexico, from the Monclova.
Monclova, that's Coahuila State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're from Mexico. Where are you from, Domingo?
I'm from Hidalgo,
Where's that?
southeast Mexico City.
Okay. Called strike, 0-2. And you've been at La Super Caliente how many years now?
24.
24.
24 years.
Boy, how come you look so
Same
young?
You know,
Good
just,
living?
Just keeping healthy, do your exercises every morning, and eat healthy.
Ja. This guy is just a great guy to work with here at Sandhill Media.
Thank you.
1-2. Foul ball out of play. Count remains 1-2. Of course, I did mornings for many, many years, and Domingo kept me entertained throughout those years, and now I get to sleep in.
What a
You
lucky-
miss me, don't you?
What a lucky you are.
Do you miss me in the morning?
Oh, yeah, I miss you a lot.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. There's a base hit by the 16-year-old into right center field. That's the second base hit for the Vibes. And we'll go to the top of the order for Aldo Nunez.
Nunez.
Yep. You a baseball fan? I know you love soccer, but you like baseball?
Soccer, but I like baseball.
Yep. We tried to get Domingo to do a little play-by-play in Espanol, but he said, nah, I don't think so.
Well, when I quit doing my morning show, I probably can do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that gotta be the next goal.
There you go. No score. We're in the third. A swing and a miss by Nunez.
And thank you to all those who listen our radio stations right now, all those baseball fans.
That's right. Sunday's La Super Caliente Day here at the ballpark. Foul back. It's 0-2. In fact, I came into the ballpark early. There were about 6, 7 folks waiting in line, and I brought the La Super Caliente van, and I walked up and they said, where's Domingo? I go, he's coming. I'm his personal chauffeur. 0-2 the count. Pitch in the dirt. Nice block by Hunter Hiskey. Las Madres. What do you think about it? That's a nice
Nice name.
name,
For a
and
local team.
Yeah, and for to honor all the mothers out there, because hey, let's face it, everybody has a mother. I know last year or 2 years ago you were involved with the Madres when they got going,
I
and you had
remember that.
a lot of the players in the studio with you.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the 1-2, a swing and a miss. That's a strikeout for out number 2, and it brings up Brandon Perez. It's the third strikeout for Daniel Silva. Perez singled his first time up. Now you live in Rexburg,
No, I'm
Rigby.
in Rigby.
and you have another business, don't you? A store?
My wife have the store. They run the store.
Okay, and now what's the store's name?
Las Els Imports.
Okay,
That's in Rexburg.
in Rexburg. Ground ball, scooped up by Barmakey, and he'll go the short way for out number 3. Welcome, Padre. Thanks for stopping by. We
Thank
call him
you.
El Jefe because he is the boss.
Well, that's what everybody think, but no. I just another member of the team.
All right. Hey, thanks, Domingo. Enjoy the ball game.
Hey, thank you guys who listen to our radio stations.
Domingo Munoz, great guy, La Super Caliente. As we go to the bottom of the third, no score on KSPZ, the Sports Zone. No score on your Sunday afternoon. Webb Little, Matt Feinstein, and Andrew Don to face Edilberto Sanchez, who has done well so far. Webb struck out swinging his first time up. Tomorrow night, 7:15 game time. We'll have the Toyota pregame show on at 7. Gates open at 6. And if you're looking for an adult beverage tomorrow night, do not come to Melaleuca Field. It's no alcohol night. Breaking ball misses inside, 1-0. Next pitch, that one's called strike. 1-1 strike on Webb. Little hit a monstrous home run last night. I would have loved to have TrackMan measuring that ball that was crushed over the right field fence. Next pitch misses. It's 2-1 to Webb. 4 hits and 5 RBI last night for the Chukars first baseman. Swing and a foul back, and it's 2-2. That was an 87-mile-per-hour fastball by Edilberto Sanchez out of El Porvenir, Oaxaca, Mexico. And he's a quick worker. Lefty-lefty matchup, 2-2. And Webb goes the opposite way. Back goes Esparza. He'll make the catch on the run for out number 1. And that'll bring up Matt Feinstein. He's singled, an infield single his first time up. Wears number 17 on his back. That's his walk-up song. Except on Fridays. He has a different walk-up song on Fridays. And these walk-up songs, they're important to these players. First pitch swinging, Nunez on the third hop makes the play, and there's 2 away here in the bottom of the third, and it's Andrew Don coming to the plate. Well, last night at this junction of the ball game, the Chukars were up 12-0. Today, different day. It's early, but not very often you have a pitcher's duel, especially in the Pioneer League 2021. Pitch to Don, low, ball 1, popped out of the mid of the catcher, Gallardo. We have a special birthday here at the ballpark today. We will mention in just a bit. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Good pitch on the outside corner by Sanchez. One pitch, another ball hit to Nunez. An easy 3-up, 3-down frame for Sanchez, the lefty, for Rocky Mountain. We've played 3. No score on your Sunday. It's Idaho Falls and Rocky Mountain on KSPZ, the Sports Zone. Top of 4, it'll be Barfield, Oyoke, and Esparza in a scoreless ball game. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, Rocky Mountain. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Chukars. Normally this time of the game we throw it over to Tyler Peterson, but Tyler a little bit of a headache, so I'm going to give him the day off. I told him to go home, but he said, no, I don't trust you running the game all by yourself, John.
Well, I do have some news for you, John.
Okay, let's hear it.
The Chukars have drafted 2 players out of the Pioneer League tryout.
Here's Barfield showing bunt. Fielded by Silva. It's a bad throw. It hits the tarp down the right field line. Boy, no, you don't see a guy with 11 home runs laying down a bunt to lead off the inning, but he did.
Let's check the replay, John, see what we had on that.
It was a good bunt by Barfield. Caught everybody by surprise. The throw was a little off, but he might have beat it. We'll have to check the YouTube instant replay. Either E1 or base hit.
And he did not beat that ball.
E1 throw. Oyoke hits one hard but foul. It's the 73rd error on the Chukars this year compared to 106 for the Vibes. Yeah, Barfield shocked everybody, laying down a bunt. Oyoke grounded into a double play his first time up. He swings and fouls it back to the screen. It's 0-2 on Manny.
So in the first round, the Chukars took 23-year-old Michael Slayton, a two-way player. He's an outfielder and a relief pitcher, 6 feet tall, 190. Went to NAIA Benedictine College in Kansas. This year he hit .386 with 20 home runs, 71 RBI.
Pitch high, 1-2.
And on the mound in 18 games, a record of 4-4 in 39 2/3 innings. He had a 2.50 ERA, 54 strikeouts, and 21 walks.
Not too shabby.
Said that he topped out around 90. So not a hard-throwing right-hander, but someone who did well in college.
Could be the Shohei Ohtani of the Pioneer League. Now he was drafted, not signed yet.
Not
correct?
signed yet. So The other player is Hogan Brown, an outfielder, 22 years old, left-handed batter, right-handed thrower, 6'2", 200. Played at Virginia Commonwealth University this year, batted .280, 3 home runs, 36 RBI. Played briefly for the Gateway Grizzlies of the Frontier League,
Pitch misses, 2-2.
where he batted .150, no home runs, no RBI. Both of these players are now property of the Chukars as it is. They not necessarily will make the team this year, but the Chukars can add one of those two to the team this year. The other one will be invited to spring training next year.
Throw over to first base, close play, but Barfield's hand beat the swipe tag of Webb Little.
So they'll take their physicals. I believe they will arrive in town, maybe do a little meet and greet, see what they got, and then at that point, one of the two may be extended a contract to be the 26th man this year. If not, they will both be invited to spring training next year.
Thank you, Tyler. That's some good news. 2-2 pitch. High pop-up, foul territory. It's going to reach the stands. Oh, and it hit a guy right on the side. 2-2 the count. He says, I'm okay. I'm a tough man. That would have been Michael Bueller territory normally, but Michael's not here today. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Ayoke. Barfield reached on an error. There's nobody out here in the top of the 4th, and there's no score. Throw to by Silva. Ooh, close. Nice move by Daniel. Great throw. It was right at the base. Webb made the catch, but again, Barfield just beat the swipe tag.
I see the birthday boy again, John.
Mr. Chris Hall is having a birthday today. Happy birthday, Chris. The Chukars assistant general manager, and he gets a nice hand. We'll have Chris up in the booth a little bit later on. Another throw over to first base. How old is Chris Hall? Any idea?
I have no idea.
He's a young-looking guy. From Las Vegas, now lives in Rexburg. Oh, he lives here in town. That's correct. He was living in Rexburg. Here's a ball hit down the third base line, fielded by Barmakey, and the throw not in time. That'll be an infield single for Ayoke. So Rocky Mountain has something going here in the top of the 4th, 2 on and nobody out.
The ball hasn't left the infield.
Happy birthday to Chris Hall. I think one of the hardest working guys I've been around in this profession.
John tells me, though, Chris, that Chili's is closed until further notice.
Tough break, yep. Chris was planning to go to Chili's for his birthday dinner, I believe. I read somewhere they've closed because they don't have enough people to work, which is I guess a nationwide crisis. Here's Esparza, 2 on. Chukars corner infielders come in on the grass, but Esparza swings, and this will land on the roof of the press box. Of course, we had one land in the press box last night. Count 0-1.
Well, just wait another 38 years, John. You'll get another.
Yeah. So let me add 30. Nah, I don't think so. You might be here in 38 years.
That'd be something.
Silva. Kelly sneaks in behind the runner at second. Now timeout is Esparza tired of waiting on Daniel Silva. Great Falls leads Missoula 2-1 on your Sunday evening. 5:04 Mountain Daylight Time. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 as he chased one.
You're talking about employee shortage. We've got a little help wanted sign on our own door at the front. Looking for ushers and concession workers, day of game employees.
It's a great place to work. Final in Billings, 11-5, Mustangs over the Hawks. 0-2. Nobody out, 2 on. Rocky Mountain trying to score first in this game today. The pitch, high fastball, 1-2.
If Hunter Hiskey wanted to test it, Barfield's getting like a 35-foot lead out there on his secondary. So if he wanted to try to get Barfield from behind, he'd have a pretty good shot. You still be careful if Barfield doesn't take off to third if you do that.
Silva set at the belt. Ahead in the count, 1-2. The pitch to Esparza. Ground ball, foul ball, third base line. A heat advisory on tap for the Idaho Falls area tomorrow. The snow cone operation doing well today here at Melaleuca. Now Silva wheels to second. The count is 1-2. Barfield reached on a throwing error on a surprise bunt. And a Yoke with a dribbler, an infield single to third. Chukars have turned one double play so far today. 1-2 pitch, called, strike three on the outside corner. Big pitch for Silva. That's 4 strikeouts for Daniel. And he'll bring up Mike Anone with 1 out and 2 on. Anone popped out to Webb Little, the first baseman. Shohei Ohtani hit his 35th home run today. Angels beat the Twins. I'll be headed to Angels Stadium in a couple of weeks. First pitch to Anone, low, ball 1. Not a lot of activity so far in the ball game. If you like good defense, today's your day. If you like a lot of runs, last night was your night.
What game are you going to see in Anaheim, John?
I think they're taking on the Blue Jays, which I'm excited about that. Pitch low, blocked by Hiskey, 2-0.
Now that I think about it, whenever I go to see an NHL game and they play a Canadian team, they always play both anthems, but they don't do it for the Blue Jays, do they?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
Adrian Luevano chowing down on a snow cone, working at the same time. He can double task, multitask. Two-0 pitch to Anone. That's outside, and it's ball 3. Daniel has not walked a batter. He has hit 1 batter and struck out 4. At second base, Barfield. At first base, Ayoke. Top of 4, no score. Might be the first time we've said that all year long. 3-0, called strike, 3-1. I see my great nephew, Jace Marchand, has come to the ball game. He's 3 years old. And he wants to race Charlie the Chucker. Might have to make that happen tomorrow. 3-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Called strike 2. Anone throws the bat away. He thought it was ball 4. Now he'll have to retrieve the bat.
That's Anone with a no-no.
I like that. Of course, amateur umps, I don't know if they really will have, if you're a professional umpire, you don't like that at all. If it's close, the next pitch you're going to get rung up, but we'll see what happens here, 3-2. Scott Esterholt calling the balls and strikes today. And the 3-2 pitch, high fly ball. Quiggle going back, shading the Sun with his glove makes the catch. And going from second to third is Barfield as Quiggle made the catch. No wind, no carry today here at the ballpark, and that one was hit pretty darn good by Inone. And now it's Luis Matos with runners at first and third.
Certainly had the height, didn't have the distance, but you're right. Maybe just a little bit of help, a couple miles an hour of the wind. That one might have just went over the wall.
Kona had to put up his glove hand to shade from the sun. And there's 2 outs. This is Matos, grounded to second, his first time up, batting .225. Here's the pitch. Strike one called on the inside corner. Checkers have been shut out by the 18-year-old lefty Edilberto Sanchez so far. Silva, 0-1 to Matos. That's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nick Floyd on the mound tomorrow for the Chucks to close out this 6-game homestand. And Wednesday and Thursday in Boise, it'll be Joe Slocum and Jake Binder. The first official ball game between the Chuckers and the Hawks. Of course, they had one exhibition game earlier this year. In the 1-1 pitch, fouled back 1-2. Memorial Stadium in Boise, not the best place. It's been around a long time.
It's seen better years for sure. But remember, all games this year against the Hawks are part of the Idaho Transportation Department Office of Highway Safety Series, Highway Series this year. And so the Chuckers currently are up 2-1 with that 3-game series we had last month. But the winner of that series gets the traffic cone trophy, and the MVP gets an MVP belt.
1-2, 2 outs, 2 on. Swing and a miss, and Silva works out of a jam. No runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and Rocky Mountain leaves 2 on the bases. We go to the bottom of the 4th, still scoreless here at Melaleuca Field. Bottom of 4, no score. As Silva on the mound for the Madres, Sanchez on the hill for the Vibes. Each team with 3 base hits. Chuckers have committed the only error of the ball game. Rocky Mountain has left 4 men on base, and the Chuckers left 4 men on base. As the Chucker center fielder Thomas DeBonville will lead things off. Thomas walked his first time up. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts with their theme song, I Love Rock and Roll. Debo in the series, 6 hits and 16 at-bats. Last 10 games, he's the hottest chucker, Tyler, hitting .452 over his last 10 games.
I feel like we've said that about a lot of guys.
Yeah, everybody's hot on this team. The lowest batting average in the starting lineup is Barmakey, and here's a ball hit into center, and Manny Ioke got a good jump on it and makes the catch for out number 1.
I believe that's 336, John, for Barmakey?
It is 336, the lowest batting average in the starting lineup. For Rocky Mountain, a little different, .091, the lowest batting average. Here's Kona Quiggle, struck out his first time up. The big wave, we like to call him. And we okayed him with that last night,
Yep.
correct, Tyler?
He's all for it.
Okay. The big wave has 3 home runs in his last 10 games and takes a called strike 1.
I'm sure he's had a big wave or two in his time.
0-1 pitch, fouled out of play, and it's 0-2. My great nephew is in this booth with me. Jace Marchand. And a base hit by Quiggle. Along with my lovely wife, Kimra. Quiggle singles. 4th hit of the ball game. Let's see if Jace wants to say something. You want to say hi? No, he doesn't. He's got his Madres hat on.
And his face disappears under the Madres hat. There it goes.
My nephew, Lucas Marchand's son, they live in Salt Lake City. Both his mom and dad are doctors, so this kid's pretty smart. Here's Tyler Kelly. Pitch inside, ball 1. I would give my wife the microphone, but she wouldn't give it back. 1-0 the count. There goes the runner. Stolen base, Kona Quiggle, his 3rd of the year. And the Chukars have a runner in scoring position with 1 out. The count on Tyler Kelly is 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Timeout at the plate called by Tyler.
Needs a hit still to extend that
Yep.
hitting streak.
One pitch, low, ball 2. Again, the Chukars will be in Boise for 6. Be back here at the Luke on August the 4th against those no-good Ogden Raptors. Two-one the count on Tyler Kelly. Ball hit down the third base line. Going to be a fair ball. Anone, the throw is not in time. That's going to be a base hit and a throwing error. Kelly slipped trying to go to second. Over to third goes Kona Quiggle. So an infield single for Tyler. That's 17 straight games he has a base hit. No error on the play. Although there is an error as the runner from second went to, well, no, there's no error. Or what do you think, Tyler? I think there is an error. E5.
I'm going to see because it looked like...
Was Quiggle off with it?
That ball looked like it went through Barfield's glove. I don't know. I guess we'll give it to Anone, but let's just check one more time on YouTube replay. He was not going to third, so that it is an error. So it looks like a base hit and an error.
So E5 throw, Kelly with an infield single. The Chukars have runners at first and third with 1 away. The batter is Hunter Hiskey. Hunter's got a nice 12-game hitting streak going on. Pitch low, 1-0. Quiggle single to center, stole second, goes to third on the throwing error by Anone as Tyler Kelly outran the ground ball to throw to first base. Pitch in the dirt, blocked by Gallardo. It's 2-0. Alberto Sanchez came in with an 11.42 earned run average so far, shutting out the top hitting team in the Pioneer League. Now Tyler Kelly wants the stealing mitt. I like to call it the big baker's mitt. They don't wear gloves anymore.
Big old mitten.
A mitten, yeah. In 90-degree weather. 2-0. Hiskey takes it high, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. With 1 out at third base, Quiggle. At first base, Kelly. Tyler has 6 steals and 8 attempts. They count 3-0 on Hunter Hiskey, left-handed batter. He takes it for a called strike, 3-1. And a big hole for Hiskey to shoot for between first and second.
So now that 17-game hitting streak tied third longest with Jalen Garcia. Unless he got a hit today, then he'd be at 18.
3-1. Inside, ball 4. Bases loaded for Tyler Van Marter. Second walk issued by Sanchez. Kelly goes down to second. And Van Marter, the batter, he singled to center his first time up. Well, the Chukars left the bases loaded in the first inning. They have the bases loaded here in the fourth inning. The difference, there were 2 outs in the first, only 1 out here in the fourth.
Chukars haven't scored yet, John. It's highly unusual.
Very unusual. I think that's about to change right now. Van Marter, fastball at the belt, called strike 1. Oh, 1 the count. Bases loaded. Breaking ball misses outside. Evens out the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Missoula now leads Great Falls 6-2.
Jalen Garcia took an 0 for 5 for Billings, so Kelly's streak is now third longest active.
The 1-1 pitch. Van Marter swings and fouls it out of play, 1-2. The big slugger from Ogden, David Mayberry, extended his hit streak last night to 29 games in a row, and the all-time Pioneer League record is 32. Mayberry's hitting still, what, about 475, 480?
I think it's about 468.
Man, that guy can hit. Not a lot of power for the big guy, but just knows how to get on base. Pitch inside. Good take for Van Marter. It's 2-2.
He came up with quite a few clutch hits when the Raptors were taking on the Chukars. Got John Nunley a couple times in the bullpen. Some good battles between those two.
Quiggle at third, Kelly at second, Hiskey at first, Van Marter at the plate. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball fielded by the third baseman. He'll come home for the force out. So nice play by Anone. Played it on the short hop. Quiggle's out at the plate, 5-2. Out number 2. Van Marter reaches on the fielder's choice, and Steve Barmakian will come to the plate. Bases still loaded, now 2 outs. A tough short hop play by Anone.
There's the difference between making a great play at home or letting 2 runs in that ball get past you.
And Anone did the first of that, made the great play. Barmakian is lined to center, struck out looking. Chukars still looking to get on the scoreboard here in the bottom of the fourth. Steve hits it down the first baseline, but foul. Oh, 1 the count. Chucks need a hit. Break out of this semi-slump here on a Sunday. 0-1. Low, blocked by Gallardo. It's 1-1. Webb Little on deck. Chukars have out hit the Vibes 5-3. Still looking for that 2-out base knock that they've been pretty darn good at getting in this homestand. 1-1 to Barmakian, a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
I'd like to give a shout out to the 1,050 fans
Whoa!
that have attended today's game.
Oh, I thought you said that we're watching on YouTube. I said, that's a record. 1,050. Folks, thanks for coming out to the ballpark.
On YouTube right now, John, we've got a blistering 61.
61. 1-2 Barmakian, ground ball, foul ball. First base side.
Now, we do have videos that have garnered over 1,000 views. A couple early ones, about 1,500. Of course, that's a great option for both fans, for parents, and for the players themselves. As soon as the game ends, I see about 4 or 5 of the guys in the clubhouse watching their at-bats back.
Heck yeah, great option for the players. I forgot to watch the foul ball replay from last night's game. I don't know if I want to or not. 1-2 with 2 away. Here's a fly ball, a Yoke. Nope, it's going to be Esparza making the catch in left field. And for the second time in the game, the Chukars have left the bases loaded. No runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and 4. No score. Falls. Top of 5, 0-0 ball game. It'll be Matos, Gallardo, and Tirado. Actually, it'll be Gallardo, Tirado, and Nunez. Matos made the last out in the top of the 4th.
And John, it is our 5th inning, which means it's time again for our Toyota 5th inning check-in. And as per usual, I'd love to start out with all of the folks in the stands today. If you're listening to today's game in the stands, give me a little wave. I'll give you a wave back. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
One lady sporting a Altuve jersey.
Appreciate it, folks.
Those darn cheaters, those Astros. So it'll be Carlos Gallardo, the catcher.
But if you're not here at the game, let us know on Twitter, Facebook, or via our YouTube live chat for all the folks on YouTube right now hanging out with us, the 60 folks there. Drop us in a little hi, hello. Let us know where you are listening from tonight.
See Kevin Euclid at the ball game today. See 2 Mookie Betts, 1 a Dodger and 1 a Red Sox. Jerseys on the right side.
A rather young Mike Moustakas is here as well.
Like that, former Chucker. Pitch down low, Silva facing Gallardo.
I think it's one of the great things about baseball at this level, John. When it was rookie ball, you get a guy like Mike Moustakas, and maybe you're 5, 6 years old, you see Mike here, and then he goes on to the big leagues, and it's your favorite player ever.
Oh, this ball is crushed. This one is going to be out of here, and Gallardo watches it fly away as he had a late start heading to first base. Gallardo, his third hit of the year, and he has given the Vibes a 1-0 lead on a no-doubter. Feinstein maybe took a couple of steps back toward the fence and just stopped.
Well, I think Gallardo enjoyed that. That would be his first professional home run, and the bat flip says that, yeah, he enjoyed that pretty much.
And he stayed at home plate to watch it. So a guy hitting .091 has given the Vibes a 1-0 lead. Here's Carlos Tirado, a swing and a miss. Boy, that was tattooed by Gallardo. Another swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 on Tirado. The only mistake Silva's made all day, 0-2. Here's a little nubber out in the front of the plate, going to be fielded by Hiskey. The throw's in time. Nice play, Hunter Hisk. 2-3 on the putout. And we'll go to the top of the order for Aldo Nunez, who has struck out twice.
I like what Hunter Hiskey said yesterday. He's 25 years old. He knows maybe baseball as a career might not work out for him. He's here. He's having fun. He's having a good time. He loves playing with these guys, playing with another young catcher like Brady West.
Yep. Great interview, by the way, Hunter Hiskey yesterday. Silva to Nunez, bunts it down the third base line, but it's going to roll foul. Carlos Gallardo with that solo home run.
Bobby Erickson watching from home. The McGinnises watching from Haymarket, Virginia. The McGinnises are here in our YouTube live chat.
Tell you what, Keegan has really come on strong as of late.
Yes, he has.
Good to see. 0-1. Bunt high, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think he's knocked about 3 runs off that ERA down to 7.71.
The 1-1 pitch. Another attempted bunt. Foul, 1-2.
Andrew Don enjoying our visit to Melaleuca and sharing Chris Hall's 30th birthday. There's a lot of enthusiasm for the giveaways. There certainly is. Andrew Don's girlfriend as well, Noelle, singing out the national anthem, a fantastic one.
1-2 pitch, high, 2-2. Riley Jensen texted in, listen to the game with my dad because it's too dang hot to be there. Go Chucks. Riley, we still need to get you on in our 3rd inning. Pitch fouled back, 2-2. Of course, the BYU All-American softball player.
We're enjoying this game from the comfort high up in our Jim Gar Show radio booth.
We're slaving away.
Kim Matthews, it's too hot for the Matthews. They're watching on YouTube in Anman. We appreciate that.
Here's a ball chop foul, third base side. Count remains 2-2. There's 1 out, nobody on base, but the Vibes have taken a 1-0 lead on the Gallardo solo long bomb.
Brian White is wondering, John, was there a no-hitter through 7 today?
There was. Hey, who was that, Brian White?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. No good Red Sox fan. Here's a looping liner caught by Tyler Van Marter for out number 2. Yep, Domingo Herman had a no-hitter through 7 at Fenway. Red Sox scored 5 in the 8th, and they defeated the Yankees again 5-4. It's funny, I only hear from Brian when something like that happens. Of course, Brian White is Caden's dad. Boy, that hurts, too. Come on, Brian. Pitch outside to Perez, 1 for 2 today.
Emily Bonanno checking in from New York, New York. Let's go Webb and Sam. Let's go Chukars.
Emily Bonanno. Boy, that's a New York name.
Emily, I hope you read the feature on Salmon Webb in the Post-Register.
If not, you can get it online.
Yes, you can.
That pitch called strike, 1-1. Two outs, 1-1 pitch. Took something off that one, and a swing and a miss by Perez. Chukars in the bottom of the fifth will have their big sticks coming up. Little, Feinstein, Don, and DeBonville. But those big sticks have been quieted by Edilberto Sanchez today. Here's a ground ball, base hit. Boy, that thing was hit so slow, but right in the perfect place between short and third. And Perez has his second hit of the ball game. After going 0 for 13, he is now 4 for his last 5. And it's Jacob Barfield, the top home run hitter for the Vibes with 11.
How about this? Cliff Brady, Barry, listening on the radio on a way to watch the Bandits advance to another state championship. With a win tonight, they'd play in the title game tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Go Bandits. Cliff Brady III. He went back east and went to the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Went to a couple of, I think went to a Mets game. Swing and a miss, 0-1 the count. Do we know what time? I wonder if Cliff knows what time that Bandits game is today and who they're playing. Timeout called at the plate. The Bandits have won 3 in that AA state tournament. 11-1, 9-1. They beat Twin Falls 7-3 last night. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2 again. Breaking ball that Barfield could not catch up to. Barfield hit by a pitch. He laid down a bunt and reached on a throwing error by the pitcher.
Virginia Scarlet here at Melaleuca, watching and listening.
Well, thank you, Virginia. Hope you're staying fairly cool. The 0-2. Outside fastball, 1-2.
Got Connor Henderson checking in on Facebook, watching on my way from Nevada.
Tell you what, having every game available on the internet is just outstanding. Of course, we hope that you turn down the volume and listen to us. Throw over to first base, Perez back.
And a lot of fans do when we're on the road.
That's what I do.
Phil Hartson, online streaming, 980 The Zone from his recliner.
Oh, nice. Probably the AC's on, too. And 1-2, there goes the runner. Hiskey double clutches. Perez is going to have the base stolen.
Even though that ball bounced up to Hiskey, if he comes up clean and has the grip he wants first time, I think he gets Perez.
Just received a text from Steve Thayer. Cliff Brady III does not like Sweet Caroline, hence the title. Now known as Cliff Brady music. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, a run in on the Gallardo home run. Runner in scoring position. Barfield swings and misses, and that is strikeout number 6 for Daniel Silva. But Rocky Mountain gets on the board. They have 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors and a man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's Rocky Mountain 1 and Idaho Falls nothing. Bottom of 5 time to wake up the bats. Chukars, Webb Little, Matt Feinstein, Andrew Don. 1 run, 5 hits, 1 error. Rocky Mountain, no runs, 5 hits, 1 error. Idaho Falls. As Edilberto Sanchez having his way on this Sunday.
We've got the DeBonvilles, John, watching after a fun, active day in Colorado. What's better than that? Go Chukars.
Webb Little will lead things off 0 for 2. Struck out swinging, lined out to the left fielder.
The AC is on at Phil's house.
Of course it is. You're a smart man, Phil. In a recliner, AC on, listening to the ball game. Boy, it doesn't get any better than that on a Sunday afternoon. Lefty, Sanchez to Little. Webb's first pitch swinging into the dugout of the Chukars.
Have another special note for you, John. Hi, John. It's Manny Ayoke, Manny's dad, watching the game in Riverside at Manny's godmother's house, celebrating Aunt Carol's birthday.
Manny Ayoke, nice to hear from you, Manny. I tell you what, your boy can still play baseball. We had Manny's dad up in the booth a couple of times back in 2016. I know he hit a home run on one of those games. Just a great family. And happy birthday to your Aunt Carol. Here's a ball hit to center. Manny Ayoke looks up. It's going to be off the wall. Ayoke plays it. Here's a throw to second. Not in time. Webb Little with his league-leading 23rd double. And the Chukars maybe awakening at the plate.
I almost thought he had 4 and 4 there.
I did too. It went off the Nalder and Blake sign in center field. As we talked about Manny Ayoke. Here's Matt Feinstein. A single and a ground out. Let's see if Matt can go deep. He has 12, tied for the team lead with Webb. Swings and hits it the opposite way down the right field line. It's going to be caught by Matos in fair territory, and tagging and going to third is Webb Little. So the tying runs at third base with 1 away for Andrew Don.
And that's a productive out. All you want to do is move the guy over.
Andrew Don 1 for 2 in the game. Jacob Barfield, the big first baseman, talking to Edilberto Sanchez. And now he wants timeout. Asking for timeout. Now he gets the timeout. But then he walks right back to the bag at first. Don't understand that, but whatever.
The Daties in Rockford, Illinois, saying hi. So is Matt Freimeyer. Would have been there this afternoon, but the wife and kids didn't want to leave the slip and slide, watching from home.
Well, you don't want to get the wife mad at you. Infield halfway in. Andrew swings and misses. Count 0-1. The Chukars have left 7 men on base through the first 4 innings. They trail 1-0. Webb Little, the tying run at third. Sanchez to Don, 0-1 pitch. Fouled into the parking lot, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes on Andrew Don. Thomas DeBonville on deck. Sanchez pitches. Don fights it off and fouls it off as it ricochets into right field. Foul ball. Paul goes all the way out there to get the ball, and John Nunley Jr. says, hey, I've got it. Paul getting his steps in today. The Chukars bat boy. 0-2. Another ball that's fought off and fouled by Andrew. One nothing. Vibes with the lead on a Gallardo home run.
Brian White just giving you a hard time, John, listening to you guys on 90 The Zone.
I know, Brian. All I have to say is, Brian, how many World Series titles have the Red Sox won over the years? That's all I have to say.
Tara Henderson at home while grilling for the guys when they get back. Ooh.
Where's our invite? 0-2. High 1-2. Good take by Andrew.
Tara, one of our great host families.
Hey, credit those folks that stepped up, and I'm sure the host families love it. And I'm sure I know the players do.
I've heard nothing but rave reviews having these guys in their homes this year.
1-2 pitch. Swung on. Dropped by Gallardo. He'll make the throw, and there's out number 2. Big strikeout for Edilberto Sanchez. That's his 4th. A leadoff double, and Webb Little still at third with 2 outs, and let's see if Debo can pick him up.
Well, how big is that strikeout for Sanchez now? Sanchez is a guy today who has not thrown a wild pitch, has been fairly close around the plate, just 2 walks, and has only scattered some 6 hits. So he's now got 2 outs. He just needs 1 more out to get out of this jam.
The lefty wheels, pitch down at the knees for a called strike 1. Debo is walked and lined out to center. "19 runs last night, none today." That's the game of baseball. 0-1 pitch, foul. Near the Vibes dugout, and Thomas down in the count 0-2.
Got a note from a fan who checked in with us on Twitter. Enjoying the shade, my new Toyota hat, a snow cone, and the 2 tickets I won to a game showing my ICCU debit card.
Winner, winner. 0-2 misses outside, 1-2. No breeze whatsoever here today at the Luke. Little to tying run at third. Chukars looking for a clutch hit. 1-2. Ooh. Look good. Gallardo, the catcher, started to run off the field, and now it's 2-2.
I thought Scott was going to ring him up. I saw him come up, and I thought we were going to get a pump there.
Looked like a pretty good pitch. Just missed outside. Count 2-2 on Thomas de Bonville. Sanchez kicks. Breaking ball high, 3-2. On deck, Kona Quiggle.
I don't think Sanchez is going to give Debo anything to hit here. If he chases, he chases. And if he walks him, he faces Quiggle, lefty-lefty.
Full count, 2 outs. Webb Little still at third base. And he did chase, but it was a foul tip, I thought. I heard it hit the bat.
And now he's going to ask for help.
Rocky Mountain's off the field.
He's going to ask Trevor Walker if it hit the ground. I heard it hit the bat. It's a foul ball.
Yep.
First base umpire had it hit the ground.
So, hey, Rocky Mountain, get back on the field. As de Bonville, right off the bat, I thought I heard it hit the bat. So the count remains 3-2.
Now we got to wait for everybody to get back on.
And they're in no hurry to go back to their positions. The Bandits play Canyon Ridge tonight at 7, a team they beat earlier in the regular season.
Good on Scott there for asking help. Trevor had a pretty good look at it, and you hear the bat. I thought I heard a second bump as well.
So we'll do the 3-2 again. Let's see if Thomas can take advantage of his second life at the plate. 3-2 pitch. Ball hit to the first baseman, Barfield. He'll scoop it up, and the Chukars leave another man in scoring position. No runs on a hit, no errors, and one runner left on base. After 5, it's Rocky Mountain 1, Idaho Falls nothing on KSBZ. Top half of inning number 6, Yoke, Esparza, and Anone. The Vibes with a 1-0 lead as Silva comes out to work inning number 6. Great Falls making a comeback. They trail Missoula 7-6.
I'm all for that.
Grand Junction leads Ogden 3-1. And here it's 1-0. The Vibes with the lead as Manny Ayoke steps in, 1 for 2. Manny 6 for 16 in his return to Melaleuca Field. Daniel Silva into the windup. The pitch is low and outside, 1-0. Silva has not walked a batter. He did hit one. He has struck out 6. He's given up 5 hits. Only one mistake. That was to Gallardo, who took advantage. Pitch low, 2-0. 1,050 at the ballpark today. Half of them got good-looking baseball caps. There's a ball that's ripped foul off the netting down the left field line. Manny hit it hard, but out in front, and it's 1-2, or 2-1.
Jan Quiggle, Jan Quiggle in Lowell, Michigan, watching this game. There's a Lowell, Massachusetts as well.
There's a strike called. It's 2-2.
I believe the Lowell Spinners. I believe that's a Dave Heller team.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Ayoke. We're in the top of the 6th. The pitch from Silva, going to be a base hit right past the shortstop, Van Marter. So Manny with another base hit. His second, 6th for the Vibes, and it'll bring up Joshua Esparza, who has flied to right and struck out looking. As we look ahead to the bottom of the 6th, Quiggle, Kelly, and Hiskey. Activity in the bullpen of Rocky Mountain as Juan Diego Pineda begins to warm up. Hey, that's good. Sanchez has shut down the Chukars so far today.
It's not an easy thing to do at all.
Throw over to first base. Manny, 8 steals and 10 attempts this year. Wearing that oven mitt on his right hand. Pitch to Esparza. Low, good block. Hiskey, 1-0. You never know, Tyler. I might show up in Boise over the next week or so.
Feel free. Might be a little cramped in our little nook.
Oh, really?
But, no, we'll make it work.
Little road trip, perhaps. Here's a ground ball, could be two. Van Marter, great play on the bad hop. The relay in time. The soft hands of Tyler Van Marter. That was just a straight ground ball, then it took a crazy hop. He fielded perfectly. His pass or his throw to Tyler Kelly was good, and Kelly one-hopped it, but Webb Little dug it out of the dirt. 6-4-3 double play, and it doesn't get much better than that,
no,
Tyler.
Take a bow, all three of you guys. First of all, the ability to just handle that ball into the webbing for Van Marter. The flip to Kelly, and the quick turn, he bounced it, Webb with the scoop. Not a first baseman, Webb Little.
True.
And perfect.
Boy, Tyler Van Marter continues to shine at shortstop. Pitch inside for a ball.
I agree with Bob Malachy. He said for his money he's the best shortstop in all the Pioneer League, and I would have to agree.
I don't think there's anybody close. Of course, we haven't seen all the shortstops, but here's a ball hit to center. DeBonville comes in 3 steps, makes the catch, and that is out number 3. No runs on a hit, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Chukars looking for some runs. They trail 1-0. Back here at Melaleuca Field, bottom of inning number 6. It'll be Quiggle, Kelly, and Hiskey to face lefty Adalberto Sanchez. 86 is the number of pitches he has thrown today, and so far he has shut out a team that averages over 11 runs a game. Pineda still warming up in the Vibes bullpen. Kona Quiggle leads it off. He's 1 for 2. Struck out in the first, singled to center in the 4th. Little Righteous Brothers on the speakers here at Melaleuca. The big wave to the plate. He hits the ball, it's long, strong, and gone. Adios, Madres have tied it up. His 4th home run in the last 10 games, and he got all of that one. The big wave makes contact. And that thing left the park in a hurry. Again, I'd love to see how far that one traveled. Who says he can't hit left-handers?
That was a swung on gone.
That's Quiggle's 3rd home run of the series. And out comes the pitching coach, Michael Garcia, for Rocky Mountain.
And this is interesting. Look who's up at the plate, John.
Oh, it's Daniel Martins Molinari. Hopefully Tyler Kelly not injured. Did Kona put hurt on that baseball? We're tied at 1 and a couple of no-doubters. One by Gallardo for Rocky Mountain, that one by Kona Quiggle for the Chukars, or the Madres, if you will. For the big wave, that's 7th home run of the year. And here's Daniel Martins Molinari batting for Tyler Kelly. Have to see what's up with that. I would assume that Webb Little might play second. Molinari will move to first. Just a guess. Hopefully Tyler's okay. Daniel had a pinch hit single last night. He's 1 for 2 in last night's ball game. 1-1 pitch, outside, 2-1. That pitch called strike, outside corner. Daniel with 15 doubles, hitting .346 on the year. And he swings and misses in the dirt. Gallardo will have to make the throw to first, and there's out number 1. Strikeout number 5 for Edilberto Sanchez. Now it's Hunter Hiskey.
Got a note here from our trainer, Katie Berglund. It seems that Tyler hurt his finger lifting today, so he says it hurts to hit, but fielding's okay. Maybe we'll just see Molinar use as a designated pinch hitter there per chance.
Well, Tyler did pick up a hit to extend his hit streak to 17 games. Here's Hunter Hiskey. He has a 12-game hit streak on the line right here. Takes the first pitch for a called strike 1. Here's a ball hit to the second baseman. Nunez scoops it, throws to first, out number 2. And that'll bring up Tyler Van Marter, the shortstop. But before that, Eddie Dennis comes out. And that's going to be the afternoon for Edilberto Sanchez. But I tell you what, this kid pitched one heck of a ball game. This pitching change brought to you by the Smith Group, simplifying the car buying experience for 100 years. We'll be back and tell you about the new pitcher on KSPZ, the Sports Zone, your home for Fox Sports and your Idaho Falls Chukars. One the score, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning, nobody on base, and the relief pitcher, Juan Diego Pineda, comes in for the 18-year-old Edilberto Sanchez.
Well, a heck of a day from Sanchez. He will end up getting a no decision today as it's a 1-1 ball game. Sanchez, 5 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. No wild pitches, no hit by pitches, 93 pitches, 60 strikes.
Young man should be proud of that effort. Here's Tyler Van Marter, 1 for 2 in today's ball game. Tyler singled to center, reached on a fielder's choice. Pineda with a 9.3 earned run average against Idaho Falls. Pitches low ball 1. Against the Pioneer League, 8.86 ERA with an 0-1 record. That pitch, high, ball 2. Pineda worked 2 nights ago, gave up a run in an inning in the 3rd and gave up 3 hits. The 2-0 pitch, bounces up there, 3-0. Quiggle led off the inning with a no-doubt home run deep over the right field fence. Pineda wind up 3-0. Call strike, 3-1. Good day for a snow cone or a ice cold beverage. There's ball 4. So Pineda comes in and walks Van Marter, brings up Barmakian. Steve looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3 in today's game. A line out to center, caught looking, and a fly out to left.
We've got Rachel Haggerton at the game in Section C, John, today. She's listening.
Thank you, Rachel.
Tyler to Webb, says Tim Reynolds, a reincarnation of Tinkers to Evers to Chance.
Boy, that's going way back. You've heard that before, haven't you? One of the best double play combinations ever. I think it was the Cubbies. Way before my time, but Tinkers to Evers to Chance. Yeah, that's sort of a famous double play trio. Now Gallardo's going to walk out and talk to Pineda. He has missed on 5 of his first 6 pitches.
Hunter Birch listening to today's game while working at the Pocatello Airport.
Hey, Hunter, thanks.
And Jeannie Quiggle watching from Phoenix. They should paint a target on that house past right field.
Yep. Kona hit it right at that house, the tan-colored house beyond the right field fence.
John, Tinkers to Evers to Chance, definitely before your time. 1903 to 1915, says Stephen Balin, our technical director.
Stephen would know. Was it the Cubbies? Was I right about that? It was the Cubs, okay. How does he know? He's a young guy. Swinging a foul ball by Barmakian.
Oh, Ken Burns. The Ken Burns baseball documentary. Very good.
What a great series that was. I've watched it several times. I think it's a 10-part, 11-part series.
I started it once. I'll have to finish it. I love Ken Burns.
A great documentarian. The 1-1 pitch. That's low to Barmakian. 2-1. Van Marter at first has not attempted a stolen base this year.
His series on Vietnam, I think, was one of the best pieces of filmmaking I've seen in a very, very long time.
The one on the Civil War was pretty darn impressive,
was
too.
Excellent as well.
2 outs, 2-1 the count. Called strike on the outside corner. 87 on the gun. It's 2-2. And another lefty warming up in the bullpen of Rocky Mountain. Is that Seth Davis again?
Could be. Let's have a look. Is that definitely a lefty?
No activity in the Chukars bullpen. There is activity in the Brady's hot tub, however. 2-2. Barmakian, ground ball, fielded by Barfield. He'll take it to the bag himself for out number 3. But the Chukars tie it up on a Kona Quiggle home run. As we go to the 7th inning, it's 1-1, Idaho Falls and Rocky Mountain. Top of inning number 7, Daniel Silva has left the mound. Jason Medina will replace him. It's a 1-1 ball game. And the bottom of the order for the Vibes, Matos, Gallardo, and Tirado. And Tyler Kelly does come out to play second base, but nice outing for Daniel Silva.
Certainly, and he's going to feel good about this one. 6 innings, 6 hits, just 1 run on that home run from Gallardo. He gave up no walks, 6 strikeouts on 94 pitches. He did give up a home run. He did hit 1 batter.
Medina, with a 1-win, 1-loss record, does have a save, but a very high 9.28 earned run average against the Pioneer League. Against the Rocky Mountain Vibes, a 1.93 ERA. So both starters pitched well, but both will receive no decisions. We're in the top of the 7th. 1-1 the score, Matos, Gallardo, and Tirado. So Tyler Kelly re-enters on that new rule in the Pioneer League. First pitch is a called strike to Luis Matos. He's 0 for 2. Medina, the right-hander, pitch high, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jason, spelled Y-E-I-S-O-N. He's 6'2", 230, out of the Dominican Republic.
New look for Jason as well with the high socks.
He's 28 years old, is Medina. Fastball misses, 2-1, 93 on the gun. Jason Funky Cold Medina on the mound for the Chucks. A Tone Loc song from back in the 80s, maybe 90s. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a chop foul, 2-2. Good fastball at 94. One thing, Jason can throw hard.
That'll keep you around for sure, the ability to hit 94 with a lot of arm side run on that 2-seam fastball.
Big guy, 6'2", 230.
And you know what? Bullpen favorite. The guys love him. He's a great teammate.
Pitch inside. Slider misses, 3-2.
I think later this month there's going to be some sort of Pioneer League social media takeover, and Chris was asking who should do it, and everyone said, oh, it's got to be Jason. It's got to be Jason.
Medina to Matos. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Nice start by Senor Medina. And here's Carlos Gallardo. Last time he was at the plate, he hit a no-doubter over the left field fence for his first professional home run, his third hit of the year. He was 2 for 22 before that home run. He's a catcher, is Gallardo. 24 years old. Medina, first pitch down low. Looking ahead to the Chukars' bottom of the 7th, they'll have Little, Feinstein, and Don due up. Seth Davis continues to warm in the Vibes bullpen. Here's a chopper foul, third base side, 1-1.
As we get ever so closely to the 9th inning in tied ball games, you start to think, oh, Brady, you want to just pick up a bat, start swinging it around a little bit, maybe?
Brady West, he is the designated knockout round hitter for the Chukars. He's 2-0 on the year. Ayoke 1-1 for the Vibes on the first game of the season. Here's a line drive off the glove of Kelly. That ball was hit hard. That'll be a base hit. Tough play by Tyler. He had to move to his right. Went off the tip of his glove. That'll be a base hit for Gallardo, who's 2 for 3. And here's Carlos Tirado. Tough play for Kelly, no doubt. Tirado has a single and 2 at-bats today. He swings and fouls it down the third baseline. Barmakian gives chase, but it lands in the picnic area. And the count 0-1. Chukars infield has turned 2 double plays today. Number 3 would be pretty good right here. Left-handed batter is Tirado. He hits the ball past Barmakian, a line drive single. And the 8 and 9 guys today for Rocky Mountain, they came in hitting .091 and 135. Today they're 4 for 6. As Tirado went the opposite way, and we'll go to the top of the order for Aldo Nunez.
Including the big fly on the day from Gallardo. Now we've seen Nunez drop down a few bunts. I don't know if he would do it here. 1 out, move the guys up for Perez. Maybe he will, but might even bunt for a hit, will Nunez.
Nunez has struck out twice and lined out to the shortstop, 0 for 3. Foul ball on the fastball. The Vibes have out-hit the Chukars 8-7 today. They out-hit them 2 nights ago, 12-8. Jason looks into his catcher, Hiskey. Comes set at the belt. 0-1. Ground ball, first base side. It'll be Webb taking it to the bag himself. The runners move up. So now 2 men in scoring position for Brandon Perez, who is 2 for 3 in the game today. So Nunez did his job. He moved the runners over. Now Medina has to get Perez out to keep this game tied at 1.
It's pretty much a sacrifice bunt.
The only bad news, he gets charged with an at-bat. Brandon Perez, breaking ball from Medina, called strike. That was a pretty pitch by Jason. 1-1, top of 7. The 0-1. Lifted down the first base line, over comes Quiggle. That's going to land out of play, and it's 0-2.
Well, 2 straight breaking balls, that sets up the 2-seamer around the hands, if you want to go up to 93 on Perez now.
Gallardo at third, Tirado at second. Medina kicks, 0-2 pitch, Came in on the hands, and he fought it off. 0-2. Nice call, Mr. Peterson.
Just trying to live up to Tony Romo.
Boy, he is pretty darn good, isn't he, at predicting what'll happen. Here's a ground ball, but it's a foul ball. Fielded by Eddie Dennis, the manager. And he wants to throw it in the stands. Now he does. And we'll do the 0-2 again. Two on, two out, tie ball game. Big at-bat of the game right here. 0-2 pitch. Lifted to center field. Debo has it. Catches it. Out number 3. Nice job, Jason Medina. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It's a 1-1 game here on KSBZ.
Welcome back to our ball game. It's the bottom of inning number 7. The Chukars and Vibes tied up at 1-1. Tyler Peterson, John Balgini, bringing you this Sunday afternoon into early evening game. Great day for baseball, although just a touch, a little bit hot. Tomorrow will be even hotter, but we'll start our game tomorrow night at 7:15. A left-hander comes in the game, John, and we were right. It's Seth Davis out of the bullpen.
For the 3rd time in the series. Davis last night worked a 3-up, 3-down 8th inning. 2 nights before that, he went 1 1/3. Did not give up any runs.
Juan Diego Pineda, a third of an inning, no hits, no runs, none earned, a walk, and no strikeouts.
So Seth Davis out of Aurora, Colorado comes in a 1-1 ball game. He'll face Webb Little, Matt Feinstein, and Andrew Don. That's the only 2 times Davis has faced the Chukars this year, so far so good for the lefty. Webb doubled his last time up, but couldn't score. One, bottom of 7. Davis still little and goes over Webb's head. He ducks out of the way.
That breaking ball, he almost sort of ducked into it.
So Davis has worked 2 1/3 against the Chukars in this series and has given up 2 hits but no runs. That fastball sails inside, 2-0. One, bottom of 7. That pitch fouled off, 2-1. Now I see the little Mike Moustakas fan in the stands. Webb goes opposite way, but that's going to reach foul territory near the water slide. 2-2 the count. My great nephew had a fun time at the water slide today. His second Chukars game, he came to a game when he was, I don't know, 6 months old. I don't think he remembers too much. Not a huge baseball fan at 3 years old. 2-2. High ball 3.
At 3, you're just sort of a big fan of whatever's in front of you.
Yeah. Cotton candy.
Yeah.
Popcorn.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Full count on Little. Davis set. Kicks. Outside, ball 4. So a good start to the Chukars' 7th. Not a bases loaded, a leadoff walk. Here's Matt Feinstein. Chukars with 7 hits in the game. Only one Chukar with 2 hits. That's Kona Quiggle, and he had the big hit that counted. Matt has had an infield single. He's grounded to second and flied to right. 1 for 3 for the Chukar left fielder. And a throw to first. Oh, they had him, but it's a bad throw. Webb Little was frozen at first base. They would have had him easily, but the throw, the pickoff attempt, not even close to the first baseman, and Webb gets to second, and a big break for the Chukars right there.
That was huge. Webb, not only was he going to be picked off, but he was just going to be absolutely petrified, frozen like a tree, and Barfield, all he had to do was tag him, but that ball in the dirt by Davis.
Second error of the ball game for Rocky Mountain. See if the Chukars can take advantage. Great pickoff move by Seth, but not a good throw to first base. Fastball outside, 1-0. Chukars have left 8 men on base. Twice they left the bases loaded and couldn't score. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, blocked by Gallardo. Now Webb's between second and third. The throw, not in time. Whoa. Webb getting a little scary on the base path.
A little harem scarum base running right now from Webb Little.
Count 2-0. The ball is blocked by Gallardo. He couldn't find it. It was right behind him, and Webb was about halfway between second and third. Gallardo picked it up and nearly got him at second, but he dove back just in time. Two and 0 the count. That pitch outside, ball 3. Davis having a little trouble with his control, not only at the plate, but especially on that pickoff move. Three balls, no strikes, nobody out. Webb Little, the go-ahead run at second base, bottom of 7. That is a called strike 1. Matt sort of stands right at the plate, doesn't move, and anything close on a 3-0, you're going to get the called strike. Usually, not all the time. Count 3-1 on Finey. That pitch, low, ball 4, so back-to-back walks here in the 7th inning. Aerosmith's Walk This Way on the speakers here in Melaleuca. And it's Andrew Dunn time.
2 walks, an error, another instance where maybe Webb Little with a slightly better throw would have been picked off, so a rally for free. Here comes Eddie Dennis to talk it over with Seth Davis.
Usually the skipper brings the hook But he has not made a call to the bullpen.
This is only his second batter as it is.
That's true. You have to go 3. Just a little pep talk for Seth Davis. Right-hander warming up in the pen. And he does take him out. Is it because he started the inning?
No, that's 2 batters. Well, I'm very confused by that. Unless it's an injury, that's the only thing it could be.
Well, we have a pitching change. It's brought to you by the Smith Group, simplifying the car buying experience for 100 years. We'll be back and tell you about the new pitcher on KSPZ, the Sports Zone, your home for Fox Sports and the Idaho Falls Chukars. New pitcher for the Rocky Mountain Vibes, a tall right-hander, Oscar Marcelino, 6'2", 175. He replaces Seth Davis, who faced 2 batters. Now Tyler Peterson's gone down to the dugout and telling Bob Malacki that Davis faced only 2 batters. The rule is now in the Pioneer League, you have to face 3. So if this has to turn around and Davis has to come back, credit Tyler Peterson with the call. So Davis might have to come back in the ball game. Now the umpires will meet. Only 2 people caught it. It was Tyler Peterson and Chris Hall. And I mentioned there were only 2 batters faced. Well, Tyler, obviously, we were the only ones that knew about the 2 pitchers. Bob Malacki, you told Bob, and we'll see what's going to happen. What did Bob say?
I think what I said to Bob, was it 2 batters? And he goes, yeah, it was 2 batters, wasn't it? And he goes, Scott, so let's see what happens here.
Well, I think they're going to bring Davis back out.
Obviously, they want Marcelino to face Don, the righty.
Right. It's a new rule in the Pioneer League, and now Michael Garcia, the pitching coach, wants an explanation. Tyler Peterson right on top of things. Now Garcia talking with manager Billy Gardner Jr. Now Barfield's coming over and asking somebody in the Chukars dugout what the heck's going on. Well, we had a mix-up in the knockout round one game here at Melaleuca. And Davis is going to have to come back out, I believe. Seth Davis started the inning, walked little, walked Feinstein, and Davis has to come back out. And Davis not happy. Pitching coach Mike Garcia sort of unhappy as well. Now, does he get to warm up? I guess he does.
Well, that's the biggest issue now, is the fact that Marcelino has just entered this game as if he was going to come in. And so he's going to get super warm, he's going to get game ready, and now he's going to go back to that bench cold. And that's the biggest issue for Mike Garcia and for Eddie Dennis.
And Davis has to come back out after he sat on the bench for 5 minutes or so.
So Davis, that is, he has to now get revved up again. And so it's, listen, lefty-lefty or righty-righty, those matchups, that's important. But the biggest issue now here is the fact that one guy was cold who was hot, and now one guy was hot who was cold, and now those two have to switch.
Nice job on the rule book, Tyler. And they're going to let Davis warm up. And walking slowly back to the bullpen is Marcelino. Situation, Little at second, Feinstein at first on walks. An error on an errant pickoff play, nobody out, and it's a righty-lefty matchup.
I think one maybe explanation for why that wasn't caught was that Pineda came in and faced one batter to start your end of previous inning, and all of a sudden Davis comes in and faces two.
Here's a called strike one to Andrew Don. Andrew 1 for 3 in the game. One the score, and a couple of solo home runs. That's been it for the scoring here on this Sunday. Now Andrew calls timeout. So Pineda came in, he faced two batters, but he ended the inning, so that's okay.
Yep.
Swing and a miss. Heck, bring Marcelino back. 0-2 the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Davis comes set, strikes out Don on 3 straight. Okay now. Now it's going to be Thomas de Bonville. Will they bring the right-hander? Heck no, they're going to leave Davis out there. Why not? He just struck out Don, the cleanup hitter, on 3 straight. Well, it might work out for Rocky Mountain's advantage. Again, a brand new rule in the Pioneer League this year. That pitch misses outside. Debo 0 for 2. A current 7-game hit streak on the line for Thomas. He's walked, lined to center, and grounded to first. Facing the lefty Davis. A swing and a miss. Breaking ball, 1-1 the count. The tying run is, or the go-ahead run's at second for the Chukars. They've left 8 men on base today. Twice they left the bases loaded. 1-1 pitch inside, ball 2.
That was a nice take from Debo there. Pretty good looking pitch.
The big wave on deck for the Chukars. 2-1. High, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike to DeBonville. We're in the bottom of the 7th. We're tied at 1. And timeout at the plate called by Debo. Got a slugfest in Great Falls. Missoula 12, Great Falls 11 in the 6th inning.
Oof.
No slugfest today here at the Luke. 1-1 the score in the 7th. Chukars trying to take their first lead of the day. DeBonville, a little squibbler to second. Nunez bobbles it, and he's going to make only his 6th error of the ball game or the season. And by the way, the runner, Feinstein, I think got in the way of Nunez, the second baseman, but it'll be an error anyway. Now the bases are loaded for Kona Quiggle.
And I don't know whether Feinstein purposely sort of held up until that ball got close to him and then sped past Nunez, but he definitely gave him a little deke there, a little shielded vision of the ball.
Now it's Kona Quiggle. He's 2 for 3. Single, home run, both off the lefty Sanchez. Davis stays in the ball game. Bases are loaded. Here's the pitch to the big wave, called strike 1. Only the 6th error by Nunez, but again, credit Matt Feinstein for blocking his view. 0-1 the count. Pitch to Kona. High fly ball, should be deep enough for a sac fly. Making the catch is going to be Manny Ayoke, tagging is Webb Little. Here's the throw, not in time. Tagging and going to third is Feinstein, and Kona with a sac fly RBI. Chukars take their first lead, 2-1. And it brings up
Brady West.
Brady West. Which means Tyler Kelly's done for the night, the day.
So now I believe, John, what the alignment will be was West will play first. We'll see Barmakian go to second and Webb over to third.
First and third with 2 outs. Kona Quiggle with a solo shot, sac fly in the last 2 innings.
He has both RBI in the game.
Chukars lead 2-0. Brady West, the left-handed swinging catcher, batting .310 on the year, has 7 home runs and 100 at-bats. Debo, 22 steals, and Davis throws over to first base. DeBonville was about 1 step off the bag. That was it. And the throw by Davis wasn't the best of throws, but caught by Barfield. By the way, the throwing error on Davis on the pickoff by Webb Little, that cost him. First pitch to West, called strike 1. Oh, 1 the count. Feinstein at third, DeBonville at first. West at the plate. Ball swung on and fouled back, pitch in the eyes of Brady. Breaking ball, fouled back 0-2. An unearned run has given the Chukars the lead, 2-1. Davis ahead in the count, 0-2. And Brady West again fouls one back and out of play. Right-hander in the Chukars bullpen. Maybe Nate Jenkins. Maybe Jeffrey on, maybe McGinnis. They're all pretty big right-handers. (0-2) with 2 outs, 2 on. A run in for the Chucks here in the 7th. They have a 2-1 lead. Good take by Brady. Outside misses, 1-2, and Davis was headed off the mound.
It's a pretty good pitch.
It was a good pitch.
That looks like Keegan McGinnis warming, John.
Okay. Chukars would love an insurance run or two here in the 7th. It'll be up to Brady West. One-two pitch. Ball hit to the first baseman. Barfield, he'll gobble it up and take it to the bag himself. Chukars score 1 run on no hits, 2 errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the 8th inning. It's the Chukars 2, the Vibes 1 on KSBZ. We go to the 8th inning. Chukars 2, Vibes 1. A call to the bullpen as Keegan McGinnis comes in to replace Jason Medina.
A nice inning for Jason. He allowed 2 hits but got out of it. No earned runs, no runs at all, in fact. No walks, 1 strikeout. He, right now, John, is in line for the win. McGinnis coming into the ball game looking for a hold, at least right now.
Keegan, no wins, no losses, 1 save, a 7.71 ERA against the Pioneer League, against Rocky Mountain. Keegan with that 1 save and a 3.18 earned run average. Keegan will face the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Perez, Barfield, and Ayoke. No, Perez made the last out of the inning. Thank you, Tyler. F8, it'll be Barfield, Ayoke, and Esparza.
I think you'll see a lot of breaking balls from McGinnis to Barfield here.
1 run, 8 hits, 3 errors, Rocky Mountain. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, Idaho Falls. A lefty, Onis Farfan, warming up for the Vibes. It is Brady West at first base. Webb Little goes from first to third, and Steve Barmakian from third to second, as Tyler Kelly's night is over. Well, this guy can tie the game up with 1 swing of the bat. Jacob Barfield has 11 home runs, hitting .337. Today he is 0 for 2 in his return after a 4-game suspension.
And of those 11 home runs, 5 against Idaho Falls.
Keegan McGinnis, 6'6", 240. First pitch, foul ball, third baseline. Keegan out of Haymarket, Virginia. The folks were listening earlier. I'm sure there still are watching the ball game. Three nights ago, Keegan picked up a 2-inning save. Went 2 hitless innings. And here's a line drive in front of DeBonville. Boy, nearly bounced over Thomas's head, but a leadoff single by Barfield. And it brings up the former Chukar, Manny Ayoke, who's 2 for 3.
Got something for you, John. A good catch by Chris Hall. When they reshifted this infield, it's Brady West at catcher, Hunter Hiskey at first.
Okay. By the way, happy birthday, Scoops. Tough to get something by Chris Hall, except a barber. Just outside, ball 1. Barfield, 4 stolen bases and 4 attempts. Chucker infield has turned 2 double plays today. It's a 2-1 ball game. Chuckers trying to win game 5 of the 6-game series.
So the Chuckers infield right now, it's West behind the plate, Hiskey at first, Barmakian at second, Van Marter at short, and Webb Little at third.
So Tyler Van Marter's the only guy who started the game at the same position he's still at. One-zero pitch inside, ball 2. Farfan continues to warm in the bullpen of the Vibes. McGinnis, 2-0 pitch. That's lifted down the right field line. Quiggle on the run, and it lands out of play. Good hustle by Kona. That makes the count 2-1 on Manny Ayoke. 1,050 showed up on a Sunday as we approach the 7 o'clock hour here in Idaho Falls. Chuckers looking for their 41st win in 56 games. Pitch bounces up there, and that'll be a wild pitch, and that'll get the tying run to second. But Barfield was maybe a third of the way to second base before the ball hit the dirt. Nobody out. Count on Ayoke is 3-1. Esparza on deck, who's had a big series for Rocky Mountain. Chuckers have left 10 men on base in today's game. That pitch gets away from West. And over to third goes Barfield. And Ayoke goes all the way to second. Well, that time Brady fell asleep. And now a base hit could give Rocky Mountain the lead.
You gotta give credit to Manny there for being very attentive.
Yep.
Walk down to first, you think, I think you're right. I think Brady just sort of fell asleep, forgot the ball was still live, and Manny just went down to second.
So second and third with nobody out here in the 8th inning. Infield comes halfway in. Esparza, 0 for 3. And by the way, that play by Ayoke keeps Rocky Mountain out of the double play. Swing and a miss by Esparza. Barfield at third. Ayoke at second. Nobody out. Pitch swung on and fouled back, 0-2. Keegan looking for a strikeout here.
That foul went straight back. Wants to keep your back straight? Go to the home of the Back Saver mattress.
A couple of wild pitches in this inning.
Nate Jenkins getting ready in that Chuckers bullpen.
0-2 the count on Esparza. Hitless today in 3 at-bats. And that one in the dirt, blocked by Brady West, 1-2. Well, Rocky Mountain, they won only 10 games, but they battle till the final out. Have a chance to pick up a win against the best team in the Pioneer League record-wise. The 1-2, swing and a miss. He struck him out. 88 on the gun. Out number 1, a big out there for Keegan. He struck out, what, 4 Raptors in 2 innings?
6 Raptors.
6 Raptors, wow.
Including 4 in 1 inning.
2 nights ago, he had 2 strikeouts. Make it 3 strikeouts in 2 innings. That gives him 10 strikeouts in his last 4 1/3. Now the infield comes in on the grass for Mike Annone, left-handed hitter. Pitch outside, ball 1, 94 on the gun by Keegan McGinnis. That's a pretty good stat, 10 strikeouts in 4 1/3 innings of work. Would love to get one more here. 1-0, low ball 2, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes. Runners at second and third with 1 out. 2-1 Chukars hanging on to a 1-run lead. The pitch just missed outside. It's 3-0. On deck is Luis Matos. Now they're just going to put Annone on. Second walk by McGinnis. And we're going to have a pinch hitter.
No, this is Matos.
No, it's Matos. He is grounded out, struck out twice. Out comes Billy Gardner Jr., and we're going to have a pitching change here in the 8th. It's brought to you by the Smith Group, simplifying the car buying experience for 100 years. Back and tell you about the new pitcher on KSPZ, the Sports Zone, your home for Fox Sports and the Idaho Falls Chukars. Well, for the first half of the season, the Chukars really didn't have a closer, but now they do. Nate Jenkins comes in with runners at first, second, and third. 1 out, he'll face Matos as Jenkins replaces Keegan McGinnis.
Just a third of an inning for McGinnis. 1 hit allowed, although he's responsible for all 3 base runners. He walked 2, 1 intentionally, and struck out none.
Nate has a record of 1 win, 1 loss, 3 saves, which leads the team. 3.54 earned run average, that's the best on the team for Idaho Falls. And he'll face Matos. And hopefully we'll see Gallardo in the 9th inning. Chukars would have to turn 2 for that to happen. So Nate Jenkins in a save situation. 6'3", 240 out of Concord, California, one of those UC Colorado Springs pitchers. Facing Luis Matos out of Venezuela. Left-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher. A totally new infield. Little's at third, Van Marter's at short, Barmakian's at second, and Hunter Hiskey's at first.
It's a bit of a precarious situation, a wild pitcher fly ball, and that's a blown save, which is tough for a closer to come into a ball game like this, but these are the guys you trust the most.
Jenkins facing Matos. Chukars lead 2-1, but Rocky Mountain with a big threat in the eighth. Pitch in the dirt, blocked by West, 1-0. Barfield singled. Ayoke walked, but on that walk it was a wild pitch. Barfield went to third, and Ayoke went to second after he walked. A strikeout by Esparza, then they put Anone on. Jenkins kicks, 1-0 pitch, inside, ball 2. Two and 0 on Matos. Hunter Hiskey at first base in on the grass. He'll come home, of course. Middle infielders playing at double play depth. Another pitch in the dirt and a great stop by Brady West, and it's 3-0. So now Jenkins has to come in with one, and you know Matos, he'll be looking for one certain pitch. Or he's got the red light. Heck, you've won 10 games all year, swing away. 3-0. Jenkins set. Kicks. Pitch on the way. Called strike at 3-1.
Close
at
enough.
the knees. Yeah, close enough. Matos has 5 hits in the series, but none today. Jenkins, 3-1 pitch.
Nope.
Ball 4, and we have a tie ball game. Matos gets an RBI on the bases loaded walk. And now the batter is Gallardo.
And for Nate Jenkins, that's a blown save.
Still bases loaded, still just 1 out. Gallardo has struck out, hit a solo home run, and singled. A guy who came in batting .091 has 2 hits today. Good guy to double up, not the fastest vibe. He's a catcher. There's a strike one called outside corner. 2-2 the score. Chukars in the bottom of the 8th will have Hiskey, Van Marter, and Barmakian. But first things first, Jenkins and the Chukars need to get out of this bases loaded jam. .01 on the Rocky Mountain catcher. And the pitch, swing and a miss on a nasty breaker. And the count 0-2. To the count. Toronto's on deck for the Vibes. Activity in the Chukar bullpen looks like the sidewinder Mason Alexander. 0-2, lifted, foul, and out of play.
Stayed with the breaking ball.
Top of the 8th. with 2 outs and the bases are loaded. Actually, 1 out, excuse me. Jenkins, 0-2 pitch. Van Marter fields, throws to second, not in time. It was a high throw as Van Marter had to throw from his seat as he fell down going to the hole to field it. Run scores 3-2 and the Chukars don't get an out. And Gallardo knocks in the go-ahead run. Tough play, Tyler.
It is a tough play, but you know what? I think Van Marter saved an extra run there.
It'll be an infield single. No error on the play. Van Marter's throw, I don't think would have had the man at second anyway. So it's 3-2, and now it's Tirado.
I also don't think you can ask Van Marter to put that ball a lot closer.
Here's a called strike one. So Gallardo with 3 hits today. He had 2 coming into the game. And the Vibes lead at 3-2, still bases loaded and still just 1 out. Gallardo on an 0-2 pitch hit it hard into the hole. Pitch in the dirt, 2-1 the count, or 1-1. Three walks, 2 wild pitches, and 2 singles. For Rocky Mountain, they played at 2 and looking for more. This is Tirado, 16-year-old first baseman, the DH in today's game. That ball is hit foul right near the guy in the on-deck circle, Aldo Nunez.
I think you got to go breaking ball back to Tirado here. He's had trouble with it. Even though you're lefty-righty, swing it down toward the back foot, trust your catcher.
Tirado with 2 base hits in today's game. 8 and 9 hitters have really been crucial for the Vibes. They have 5 hits as Tirado calls timeout. One and 2, pitch to Tirado. Swing and a miss, he struck him out. Out number 2, but not out of the jam. Top of the order for Nunez. He's the 8th Vibe to come to the plate here in inning number 8.
Now batting, number 3, second baseman, Aldo Nunez.
Nunez today 0 for 4. Again, the Chukars will have Hiskey, Van Marter, and Barmakian, hopefully down by only 1 as we go to the home half of the 8th inning. First pitch to Nunez is low for a ball.
Must be careful with Nunez. Pesky little hitter. He's batting over 300 coming into this series. Down to 288 coming into today.
Has 5 hits in the series. 1-0, swing and a miss on an 89-mile-per-hour fastball. Jenkins challenged Aldo that time. 1-1 the count. Now, one thing, nobody's going home early today. 1-1 from Jenkins. Fouled off, 1 and 2. One, 2, 2 outs, 2 runs in, 3 men on base. That's high, evens out the count at 2 apiece. Kent Marbo's sitting on his back porch, back deck, having a few cold ones, listening to the game. Says, you two guys make a great team. Thanks, Kent. Go Chukars, go Bengals. 2-2 pitch on the way. Ground ball up the middle is going to score one. That's going to score two. Here's the throw cut off by Hiskey, and it's a 5-2 ball game. Nunez, a single to center right up the middle, knocks in two. Scoring was Anone and Matos. Stopping it, second was Gallardo. And out comes Billy Gardner Jr. and another pitching change, the third in the inning. It's brought to you by the Smith Group. We'll be back and tell you about the new pitcher on KSPZ, the Sports Zone, your home for Fox Sports, and the Idaho Falls Chukars. Mason Alexander becomes the third Chukar pitcher to come to the mound here in the eighth inning in a 5-2 ball game as Rocky Mountain has taken a lead.
Like Keegan McGinnis, Nate Jenkins only a third of an inning, allowed 2 hits, 1 earned run, 1 run altogether, a walk, and a strikeout. And you can also close the book on Keegan McGinnis. 3 earned for him, 3 runs, 3 earned in a third of an inning.
4 runs have been scored on 3 base hits. There have been 3 walks by Chukars pitchers and 2 wild pitches. And this is Brandon Perez, the 9th vibe to come to the plate. You're in inning number 8. Chukars still have 2 more at-bats headed their way. A breaking ball on that sidearm delivery, and Perez fouls it off. Mason worked last night. He worked a 3 up, 3 down 9th. Last night the Chukar bullpen faced 9 batters, retired all 9. Not the case tonight or this afternoon. Count 0-1. Gallardo at second and Nunez with a big 2 out, 2 RBI single at first. And that one hit him in the back. And now the bases are loaded again. And that'll bring up Jacob Barfield, who started this inning with a single. Foul ball. Paul checks on Perez, makes sure he's okay.
Now things can get a little scary now.
Yeah.
3 runs, that's something we can expect the Chukars to give a really good effort to come back at. However, Barfield now at the plate. He's been on base 3 times today. Like you said, he's singled to start this inning off. He's going to take a few big swings at some of these spinners from Alexander.
A rough fourth inning for the Chukars. They've given up 4 and the lead. Now Barfield calls timeout. Jacob Barfield out of Houston, Texas, facing Mason Alexander. The breaking ball misses outside, 1-0. The Vibes have used 3 pitchers thus far. One-0 pitch, again outside, ball 2. And how crazy is this? The guy for the Vibes who could pick up the win was Seth Davis, who was taken out of the ball game and brought back in. How crazy is that? Two-0, low, ball 3. I guarantee Barfield has the green light, 3-0. 11 home runs. You know Alexander has to come in with a fat one. Barfield was kicking the dirt with his cleats, and it got in the face of Brady West, who had to step out of the batter's or the catcher's box. Three and 0. Alexander comes set at the shoulder, bent over. Called strike 1. Nope, taking all the way was Barfield. Farfan continues to warm up in the bullpen of Rocky Mountain. Three and 1 with 2 outs. The pitch to Barfield, called strike, and the count full. The merry-go-round will start. Gallardo at third, Nunez at second, and Perez at first. Chucks need an out here. Now Barfield calls timeout. Now quickly right back in. 3 and 2. Alexander to Barfield. A couple of guys from Texas. And a swing and a foul back.
That foul went straight back. Once keep your back straight.
Mason from Scurry, Texas. Barfield from Houston, Texas. It's been a long top of the 8th, no doubt about that. 3-2 pitch. Ball backhanded by Little. Nope, he couldn't back, and he tried to backhand it. 1 run's going to score. 2 runs are going to score. And now Perez doesn't know what to do. And that's going to be a base hit. A ball hit hard down the third baseline. Webb Little tried to backhand it. And it's now a 7-2 score. Barfield a 2-run double. And now the batter's a Yoke. 6 on the board for the Vibes here in the 8th inning. Alexander's pitch is a called strike. Barfield hit that ball hard right by the bag at third base. Webb not playing near the line. Did get a glove on it, but a tough play. And now Yoke tomahawks one. That's going to score 2 more runs. Yoke going to second. And it's an 8-run 8th for Rocky Mountain. You think, Tyler, maybe all this All these losses have built up for Rocky Mountain, and they're just teeing off on the Chukars here in inning number 8.
This certainly is probably the most sustained rally we've seen all season from this team.
Now batting, number 8, left fielder, Josh Esparza.
Yoke with a 3-hit ball game. Here's Esparza.
And that ball by Manny was just ripped.
And this ball is going to be out of here. Esparza goes deep. It's now 11-2, and folks are starting to get up and heading home.
Wow. That was a no-doubter from Esparza.
Eleven runs, or 10 runs here in the 8th inning. Esparza, his 4th home run of the year, his 2nd of the series. And now it's a None. 13th Vibe to come to the plate. He swings at the first pitch. Shallow left field. Van Marter out. Van Marter makes the catch, and finally the inning is over. But Rocky Mountain scores 10 runs on 6 hits. No errors, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Chukars down 11-2 here on KSPZ, the Sports Zone. Find themselves down by 9. It was a 1-1 game going into the top of the 8th, but 10 runs on 6 hits, including 2 doubles and a home run. And the Chukars will face the lefty Onis Farfan. He replaces Seth Davis, who is being replaced for the 2nd time in the game.
Davis altogether 1 inning, no hits allowed, 1 run which was unearned, 2 walks and a strikeout.
Pitcher record for the Chukars will be Keegan McGinnis. Hiskey, Van Marter, and Barmakian for the Chukars. Farfan, a 4.64 earned run average, 1 win, 1 loss with 1 save. In 21 innings, he has struck out 33 and walked 12, so this guy's pretty darn good. Here's Hunter Hiskey 0 for 2. Bottom of inning number 8. The right fielder, A ball got away from the Chukars bullpen. Matos chased it down, and the catcher noticed that he was not in his position. First pitch to Hunter Hiskey is a called strike one. Hunter trying to extend his hitting streak to 13 games in a row. That pitch low, 1-1. That has to be the biggest inning by an opposing team this year. Base hit, Hunter Hiskey. Make it 13 straight for Hunter as he goes the opposite way with a leadoff single. Well, the Chukars have had big innings as well, so you never know in this crazy game of baseball.
It ties Ogden's 10 they had in the 49th game of the season on the 17th of July. They had 10 in the bottom of the 5th.
Here's Tyler Van Marter, 1 for 2. One at a time. Pitch from Farfan called strike one.
What did they say in that old Christmas television special, 1 foot in front of the other, John?
Yep. Pitch misses inside, 1-1. Hiskey not being held on with a 9-run lead. 1-1 on Van Marter. Fastball misses, 2-1. A 10-run explosion for the Vibes in inning number 8. Breaking ball called strike, 2-2. Barmakian on deck for Idaho Falls. 2-2 pitch, taken the opposite way. That's going to be a base hit. And Hiskey's going to go to third, and Van Marter's going for 2. The throw is not in time. A head-first slide. Great hustle by Tyler Van Marter with a double. And one step at a time.
If you're going to do that, make sure you're safe.
You bet. Oh, 2 base hits going the opposite way. And it'll bring up Steve Barmakian, who has not been on base, does not have a base hit today, which is obvious if he hasn't been on base. Lefty-lefty match of Farfan against Barmakian. Pitch misses outside.
I don't know, John. It's actually not as far-fetched as it may sound because this team can hit. So let's just see how many guys we can get on base before the Vibes get 6 outs.
Chopped foul by Steve. 1-1 the count.
I don't care what you say. I've seen too much of this Chukars team this year.
You got that right. A swing and a miss by Barmakian. Chased the curveball. It's 1-2. And it's the 8th, so you get maybe 5-6 runs here and have another at-bat coming up. It's going to take one heck of a comeback. Pitch inside, 2-2. On deck, Webb Little. Farfan comes set, belt high. 2-2 pitch, Barmakian takes it outside, ball 3. Count full. 3-2. Ground ball, foul ball, first base side. And we'll do the 3-2 again. 11-2, Rocky Mountain with the lead. The Vibes took the lead on a Carlos Gallardo home run in the 5th inning. Chukars tied it up with a Kona Quiggle home run in the 6th inning. Chukars then took a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 7th. Another pitch chopped foul, and Rocky Mountain came right back with 10 in the 8th. Here's another 3-2 pitch. Barmakian swings and misses for out number 1. And it brings up Webb Little. Webb 1 for 3. Doubled back in the 5th inning. Has a chance to pick up a couple of more RBI, which would give him 80 on the year. This is Onus Farfan, swing and a miss on a fastball. No, it wasn't a fastball. But Webb missed it. Another swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
This would be their second lowest offensive output of the season if they just had the 2 runs.
Here's the waste pitch outside, 1-2. Again, Farfan in 21 innings has struck out 33 batters. So he's a tough guy to hit. He's out of St. Paul, Minnesota. Played in the Twins organization. 1-2 pitch, hits it on the right side, fielded by Barfield. The toss in time to get Webb. He does knock in a run. It's 11-3, but now 2 away. Scoring was Hiskey. Van Marter goes to 3rd. And the batter is Matt Feinstein. Matt today is 1 for 3, had an infield single way back in the 1st inning. Farfan tying his cleat. Rocky Mountain, they're 4 outs away from winning their first game of the second half. The pitch to Feinstein. Fastball high, 1-0. Van Marter at 3rd base. He doubled. One-0 pitch, low, 2-0. Count 2-0 on the Chucker left fielder. That's inside, ball 3.
I think this will be a majestic red light on Feinstein. Just need base runners.
Can hit an 8-run home run. Andrew Don's on deck looking, well, he had a hit back in the first 2. And that's ball 4. 4-pitch walk. And it brings up Andrew Don. The Chuckers, with missed opportunities, they had the bases loaded in the 1st, did not score. They had the bases loaded in the 4th, Tyler, and did not score.
They've left let's just count them up here. We've got 11 base runners in the first 7 innings left on base.
Here's Andrew Don. He's 1 for 4. Single, ground out, strikeout, strikeout. And the pitch in the dirt blocked by Gallardo. He's the difference. Carlos Gallardo came in hitting .091. He goes 3 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBI. Yoke, the former Chucker, with 3 hits today. A pitch at the knees for a called strike, 1-1. A lot of folks have headed home on this Sunday evening. 1-1, swing and a miss, 1-2. Debo's on deck. He is one of 2 Chuckers without a base hit today. Two on, 2 out. Ball hit to Barfield. He's going to underhand it, and Don beat him on the throw. And that'll be an infield single for Andrew Don. RBI as Van Marder scored. That's one thing, Andrew Don, he hustles down the line. Picks up an RBI, his 57th of the year. Feinstein stops at second. And here's Debo.
Perhaps Barfield better serve going to the bag himself there.
De Bonville has walked, lined to center, grounded to first, reached on an error. Thomas trying to extend his hit streak to 8 straight games. 11-4 now is the score. Pitch high, 1-0. No activity in the Vibes bullpen. Chuckers have used 5 pitchers today, and Silva had a great start. That pitch low, ball 2. Medina worked a scoreless inning out of relief, but then McGinnis, Jenkins, and Alexander combined for 1 inning and 10 runs. That's going to happen.
The first time we've seen something like that this year, though.
Here's the 2-0. Gallardo brought it back into the strike zone. It's 2-1. You can't win them all, and Rocky Mountain, they have been roughed up by the Chuckers all season long, getting a little revenge on this Sunday. And base hit to Bonville. That's going to score Feinstein. It's 11-5. Debo extends his hit streak to 8 straight. And the batter is Kona Quiggle. And we know what Kona can do. De Bonville with his 66th RBI of the year. Don stopped at second. It's the 4th hit for the Chuckers in this inning. There are 2 outs. Quiggle has struck out, singled, homered, hit a sac fly RBI. Facing the left-hander Farfan. He hits the ball to the right side. Nunez will gobble it up, make the play for out number 3. Chucker scored 3 on 4 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the 9th inning. It's 11-5, Rocky Mountain with the lead on KSPZ, the Sports Zone. Top of the ninth, pitcher number 6 comes to the mound on a Sunday. It's Matt Jeffrion. He replaces Mason Alexander. 1/3 of an inning.
So let's just go over that whole last inning, John.
Okay.
We had McGinnis go 1/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 3 earned, 2 walks, a strikeout. Jenkins 1/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 3 earned, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, and Alexander 1/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 4 runs, no walks, no strikeouts.
So Jeffrion comes in. He'll face Matos, Gallardo, and Tirado. 11-5. Jeffrion pitched in the first game of this series. Went 1/3, gave up a couple of runs. No record. His 5th game out of the bullpen. ERA of 13.50. Chukars are left 12 men on base in this game. And again, twice, bases loaded, couldn't score. And that's when the game was scoreless. It'll be Luis Matos leading things off. He's 0 for 3. He walked back in that 10-run 8th. So Matos, left-handed hitter against the righty Matt Jeffrion. Silva, Medina, McGinnis, Jenkins, Alexander, now Jeffrion for the Chukars on a Sunday. And the first pitch is chopped foul, fastball. 0-1 the count. Rocky Mountain with 2 home runs in the ball game. The Chukars with 1. 14 hits for the Vibes, 11 for the Chucks. A 1 high fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike. Brady West will lead off the Chukars bottom of the 9th. The 1-1 pitch fouled back by Luis Matos. It's 1-2. We'll have a quick post-game show tonight. So right now, Billings beat Boise 11-5. Missoula came back to beat Great Falls 14-11. And Grand Junction leads Ogden 5-4 in the top of the 9th. Pitch is a call, strike 3.
Ooh.
Matos having a word with home plate umpire Scott Esterholt.
So is Eddie Dennis.
I think Eddie Dennis just wanted to make sure Matos didn't argue too much. Looked a little low, but, you know, it's the 9th. It's a 6-run game. These guys in blue have been out there for almost 4 hours. Here's Carlos Gallardo. I would say he's the key for this Rocky Mountain win. Home run, 2 singles, 2 RBI. Breaking ball, called strike 1. He now has 5 hits in the series. He came into this series 0 for 14 on the year. 0-1 pitch, foul into the stands, and it's 0-2. Oh, 2. to the Rocky Mountain catcher. Pitcher in the dirt, 1-2. Farfan, the fourth pitcher to come to the mound for Rocky Mountain. Chukars have used up 6. That one's low and away, 2-2. Now a couple of positives. Tyler Kelly extended his hit streak to 17 in a row. Hunter Hiskey to 13 in a row. And Debo, 8 straight game, he has a base hit. 2-2, high fastball, 3-2. Final game of the season series tomorrow. .7:15 start time. It's going to be no alcohol night. Here's ball 4. And up steps Carlos Tirado. 2 singles and 4 at-bats. One out, one on. There's a high pop-up infield. Webb Little, the third baseman, calls for it. He'll make the catch in fair territory for out number 2. And now we go to Aldo Nunez. Nunez had the hit that really broke it open. He had a 2-run single with 2 outs. And that was followed by a hit by pitch, a double, and a home run.
And that was it. That was what turned that inning from a good rally to take the lead to just the best rally of the season for these Vibes. Think about 5 runs coming after that single. It's 7 runs you're talking about.
First pitch swung on and fouled out of play by Nunez, who was hitless before that.
Which would right now make the difference.
It would make the difference. Well, it won't be a devastating loss, that's for darn sure. Pitch high, 1-1. Billings won, so the Chukars and the Mustangs will be tied for first in the second half. And the Chukars will be tied with Missoula for the best record in the league. 1-1 pitch, high, ball 2. So just a minor setback today here at Melaleuca Field. It's not over yet. I like that.
Thank you, Jim.
Strike 2 called inside corner.
I was going to let Jim Dortch say it for me.
I'm not throwing in the towel or anything, just trying to be realistic. I would love to see a 6-run ninth. Nunez again hacks it foul, out of play. Because last night the Chukars scored 6 in the first and 6 in the third. Two, ground ball, right side, that'll be Barmakian. He'll make the play. Oh, it's a terrible throw. Barmakian took his time, he lollipopped the throw and not even close to the first baseman, Hiskey. That'll be an error on Barmakian. And the inning continues.
Sometimes, just have one of those days.
Yep, Brandon Perez the better. Perez 2 hits in the game. Pitch in the dirt. Brady West keeps it in front of him. No advance by the runners. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs, top of 9, 11-5, Vibes with the lead. A swing and a miss on a good-looking fastball, 1-1.
Well, Jeffreyon's got that turbo sinker, and so you saw a little bit of that action there, diving down towards Perez.
A turbo sinker, like that. It was what hit 85 on the gun. Foul back, 1-2.
Straight back. Let's keep your back straight. Go to the home of the Backsaver mattress.
West, Hiskey, Van Marter for the Chucks in the 9th.
That would put the 6th batter right at Matt Feinstein. Just saying.
Ball fouled back and nearly went into the booth to the right of us.
You might have hit your plaque, John.
One ball, 2 strikes. Jeffrey to Perez. Swing and a miss on some high heat. That'll do it. No runs on no hits, 1 error, and 2 men left. Last call for the Chukars. They're down 11-5 heading into the 9th. It's the bottom of the 9th. We're discussing the Domino's Pizza Player of the Game. Not a lot of highlights to choose from.
No, but maybe one more string of at-bats here to make some cases.
Farfan will pitch the 9th. It'll be Brady West leading things off.
Well, 6 to go to a knockout round, 7 to go home.
I have nothing else to do.
Neither do I.
Let's stick around for a while longer.
Sure. Hey, better a 4-hour game on a Sunday than a 7:15 start.
You got that right. Although now that I'm retired, I don't mind staying here till 1 a.m. Here's Brady West. First time at bat and grounded out to Barfield, the first baseman.
The only time you have to be somewhere if you have a plane to catch to go on vacation or something now.
Top of the fifth in the AA American Legion Baseball Tournament. Bandits lead Canyon Ridge 2-0. Trying to make it to the title game tomorrow. Pitch to Brady West. Foul ball into the Chukars dugout.
I like that first pitch swing. If you're going to go down, you might as well go down swinging.
Oh, 2 the count. Ball hit down the right field line, but hits off the roof of the clubhouse. Count remains 0-2 on Brady. Swing and a miss by Brady West. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the ninth. It's 9 strikeouts for Chukar hitters unofficially. Here's Hunter Hiskey. He's 1 for 3. He's bounced out to the second baseman twice, reached on an error, and had a single in the 8th to extend his hit streak to 13 games in a row. First pitch to Hunter, right down the middle for a called strike 1. That pitch in the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Every game final in the Pioneer League except here in Idaho Falls. Here's a ball hit up the middle, and Hunter has a 2-hit game. Singles in the 8th and in the 9th. And it brings up Tyler Van Marter, who is 2 for 3.
All right, well, let's see. Need 5 more base runners.
Tyler has 8 hits in this series. He swings and fouls it back to the screen. Took a big cut, did Van Marter. Spun around, went to the other batter's box. 0-1, called strike. 0-2. Good pitch on the outside corner. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tomorrow night, Nick Floyd will hit the mound for the Chukars with a 3-0 record. 1-2 pitch. Ball hit to the shortstop. They go to second for 1. The relay is in time. Ball game over. Out at second, out at first, and that's the ball game. 6-4-3 double play. Final score today, it's Rocky Mountain 11, Idaho Falls 5. Back with our post-game show brought to you by Westmark Credit Union. Final score on your Sunday, we had a pitcher's duel for 7 innings. Rocky Mountain's Carlos Gallardo hit a home run in the 5th. Rocky Mountain led 1-0. Kona Quiggle came back in the bottom of the 6th to tie it up at 1. Chukars scored an unearned run in the 7th to take a 2-1 lead, and hey, things were looking good, but along came the top of the 8th inning, and Rocky Mountain exploded for 10 runs on 6 hits against 3 Chukar pitchers, and basically that put the ball game in the old freezer for Rocky Mountain. Want to check some Major League scores real quick?
I do. I think, first I want to say, I think shocked is the appropriate word to use today. I mean, I think we've seen this team enough times to sort of say, well, you know, Chukars are up late, a close game, but, you know, Rocky Mountain's been giving them close games, and the Chukars have been pulling those out, but not today. 10 runs for Rocky Mountain in the 8th. Let's see what happened around the big leagues, though. Giants 6, Pirates 1. Lamont Wade Jr. homers twice. Alex Wood picks up his 9th win. The Giants with their 62nd win of the year. Mariners 4-3 over the A's. They pull a little closer in that wild card race. Phillies 2-1 over the Braves. Austin Nola with a pretty gem in a start today. He's now 7-6 on the season. Orioles complete a 3-game sweep of the Nationals, a 5-4 win in Baltimore. We already heard about the Red Sox breaking up Domingo Germán's no-hitter, 5 runs in the 8th. They beat the Yankees 5-4. Marlins 9, Padres 3 in Miami. Cardinals a 10-6 win over Cincinnati in Cincinnati. Indians 3-2 over the Rays in Cleveland. Mets beat the Blue Jays 5-4 in New York. Angels 6-2 over Twins. Ohtani with his MLB best 35th home run of the season. They get that win in Minneapolis. Big League Club Royals a 6-1 win over the Tigers. Lynch, Soler, and Perez all leading in that game. 2 home runs for Jorge Soler. Perez a 3-run blast. Daniel Lynch his first win of the season. Astros 3 and Rangers 1. Greinke gets the win. He's 10-3. Rangers have lost 12 straight now. Cubs 5-1 over the D-backs. Dodgers 3-2 over the Rockies at home. And one game still finishing up. White Sox lead Brewers 3-1, and that just completed the 8th inning.
In the Pioneer League, Billings 11, Boise 5. Missoula defeats Great Falls 14-11, and Grand Junction beats the Ogden Raptors again by the final score of 5-4. Line score tonight here at Melaleuca Field for Rocky Mountain: 11 runs, 14 hits. They committed 3 errors, left 9 men on base. For Idaho Falls, 5 runs on 12 hits, 2 errors, and the Chukars stranded an even 12 men on base. Winning pitcher, Seth Davis. He's now 1-1 on the season. Losing pitcher for the Chukars, Keegan McGinnis. His record drops to 0-1. 3 home runs were hit in the game. It was Carlos Gallardo in the 5th inning, his first professional home run, a solo shot. It was Joshua Esparza in the 8th inning with 1 on, his 4th of the year. And for the Chukars, Kona Quiggle went deep in the 6th inning, a solo shot, his 7th. The game took 3 hours and 56 minutes to play in front of a Sunday afternoon crowd of 1,050. As we'll wrap up the homestand tomorrow, Tyler.
Yeah, and I would call this today maybe a healthy dose of disappointment. One more tomorrow, Floyd against Correa. Chukars will look to have their 22nd win in 24 tries. The second win in 23 games for these Rocky Mountain Vibes tonight. One more tomorrow. They've already won 4 in this series. They've won the series. See if they can go 5-1 on the homestand.
Once again, the final score of your Sunday afternoon ball game, it was Rocky Mountain 11, Idaho Falls 5. The Chukars' next game tomorrow, 7:15, against this same Rocky Mountain team. Until then, for Tyler Peterson, I'm John Balgini, reminding you that Chukars Baseball is a presentation of Sandhill Media. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the pictures, videos, and accounts of this game is prohibited without the express written consent of the Pioneer Baseball League, Sandhill Media, and KSPZ, the Sports Zone. Tonight, the Chukars took it on the chin by the score of 11-5. Good night, everybody. Good night, Jim.